Bernard to lead us in the
Thank you very much.
pledge.
Please join me as pledge allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of October 19th, please.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any comments on the motion? Any edits on the minutes? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. At this time, we offer the opportunity under new public business. That is, if you are here to bring to an item to the attention of the selectmen that's not already on the agenda, we welcome your opportunity to come and speak to us, ask us questions, ask us for follow-up on something. Anybody have any new public business? Mr. Bradstreet. Welcome, sir.
Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I had two questions, if I could. The Select Board is the only board that has paid members. The other boards are volunteers. Is there some system that I'm not aware of where they're somehow compensated, not with money, but with some other gifts, so to speak, to thank them for their volunteer work?
There are, as far as I know, there's no other committee that gets a stipend of any form.
No, I said that.
Yeah, no, I understand. And I'm saying, or any other form of monetary or service recognition in that form. Mr. Town Manager.
Aside from the joy of giving back to their community, I know that pre-COVID, Chris Sanborn, our Director of Natural Resources, hosted at least a couple of get-togethers at Endicott, sort of appreciation events, and I think that's something we'd like to resurrect, hopefully next summer. But no, the other boards and committees are purely volunteer positions.
Thank you. A step in the right direction, perhaps. And the other one was about the, what I'd asked before. Has there been a decision that some kind of an information sheet would be provided to the ratepayers, electric, water, and sewer, that would thoroughly explain to them the need for the line that has a dollar amount attached to it, how that amount was arrived at, and if perhaps in the future, if it would be reviewed periodically, 6 months, a year, or what have you, to see if that rate would go down or up, and by how much?
So we previously had public meetings about that. People are welcome to go to YouTube or DCAT, the DCAT channel on YouTube, look for those. We have said we'd bring that to the Municipal Light Board to consider one of the inserts in the electric bill. And it's their public meeting that describes, and they take up the agenda about that rate and any changes to it. So from the Select Board perspective, I'm relying on that board to decide when they're going to consider modifications, and all their meetings are also public meetings available to, you're welcome to sit in and watch. But at this point, the Select Board's not going to pursue any more communication other than what we've already had, and the recommendation through the Town Manager that the Municipal Light Board consider some other communication mechanism.
So you're telling me the Town Manager is working on it then?
I'm saying that the Municipal Light Board is working on it.
And the water and sewer, same thing?
Yes, those both of the enterprise funds.
I think it's only fair that the ratepayers are fully informed at the suggestion of whoever or whomever.
Yep,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Is there any other new public business not on tonight's agenda that people would like to speak to? Seeing none, we'll move on. Agenda item number 3, the board will consider a request by DEEP in connection to the holiday festival. Mr. Town Manager, you want to tee us up? And
Sure.
I'm sure Mary Beth will be.
You have a letter in your packets from Deep, and the signatory on that letter is standing at the microphone, Mary Beth Very, and I would cede the floor to her.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing me to come in front of you this evening. My name is Mary Beth Berry. I'm the current president of DEEP, the Danvers Education and Enrichment Partnership. This is the 4th year that DEEP has presented, hosted the Downtown Holiday Festival and Tree Lighting. As in the past, we've always sent a letter to the board requesting the allowance to put tables on the sidewalks during the festival, which will be taking place this year on Saturday, December 4th, from 2 to 5 p.m. Tables would be for businesses that are downtown now, if they wanted to be out front, handing out free items, giveaways, offering crafts, arts and crafts, and also for any other town business that is not directly in downtown that would like to participate but needs a space downtown to participate. This event is going to have, in addition to the business interactions, we will have a musical entertainment from the Danvers Public Schools a cappella groups, as well as the band will be down there. We'll have a DJ, looking to have dance performances by a business called Refined Dance Studio of Danvers. Essex Tech Agricultural and Technical School would like to also participate by handing out cookies, cocoa, and there'll be some other special guests like Santa, who will be hosted by East Boston Savings Bank as in the past. At 5 o'clock, Santa comes downtown in a fire truck and lights the tree in the center of town typically with the family that has donated the tree for this event and for the season, the holiday season. So that's pretty much all I have. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Board members, I'll start with Board Member Mills.
Thank you, Gardner. I just want to say, Mary Beth, what a phenomenal array of, components you have. And I respect your inclusion of those businesses that aren't necessarily right on the square. I think that's really good. Thank you.
Board Member Duggan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So kudos to you for bringing this back. It's kind of a return to normalcy. It's been a tradition for many years. I just had a question. When you talk about inviting businesses that aren't directly in the downtown area, where are you thinking about having them set up?
So be it either in front of maybe some of the empty storefronts or kind of right down by the island by kind of where the tree is, or in that where the pop-up park was. Tonight with me is Angela Chumas, who's our Secretary of Deep. We walked downtown yesterday afternoon, went into the businesses that were open, gave them a handout, letting them know what was happening, when it was happening, if they wanted to participate. We have to go back because some businesses were not open, but we like to let them know. The bank, like Santander, Panini, CVS, we made them aware that that was going to be happening, and I usually ask them if they would mind if we were setting up a table in front of their business. Some of these businesses are not open during that time on Saturday, and we've had no problem in the past when asked for permission, so that's kind of where I'm thinking.
All right.
It's not a lot. There will also be maybe a table or two from town departments, be it electric light, or actually it might just be like one table that will offer more information about town departments. We've also spoken with Danvers Rec to see if they wanted to be involved where there's no more, or at least not this year, or Santa by Sea, if they wanted to have a participation in this event as well by either a craft or some kind of activity. So, but there's usually, like they said, where the pop-up park was, that street, and the square is usually, like last year, it was shut down from Cherry Street to where High and Conant and Elm meet. So it's a nice little space that can be kind of controlled.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that info. And so does the street close down, that section of street you just described, does it close down at 2
At 2
p.m.?
o'clock, yep. We have a great relationship with DPW. They come, they set up the barricades. We also have a police detail with usually the community officers, the DARE officers. They come down and help cordon off the section of the street, and they're there to help with any traffic issues.
All right, so you could do something like with the oldies night, just kind of commandeer a parking space. You don't need to be right up on the sidewalk.
Correct.
You can set up in the street,
Yep.
so shouldn't be a problem. Well,
Yep.
best wishes for success, and hopefully I'll make it down there and see Santa, and maybe Gardner will be singing some Christmas carols.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Select Board Member Bernard.
I think it's wonderful, Mary Beth, to have it back again. I remember bringing my own kids. I'll be there with grandkids. Maybe we could have a table for Select Board members.
More than
Right?
welcome to have, you know,
I
if
mean,
you want to
just to
have,
be there. Right,
be
God?
down
You
there
could-
greeting
What are we going to
people.
pass out?
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll just be there just
sing?
to,
Tax bills.
Good
Tax bills, no, no. But thank you. Thank you for
Thank
what you do.
Yep.
Select Board Member Bennett.
Thank you, Mary Beth, welcome, and thank you for spearheading this. Deep appreciate it. It's always a great event. Now, I've already had residents ask me, are we going to have this event, the tree lighting? Now I can tell them with authority, yes.
Yep.
So thank you very much, and
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Yeah, thank you. I know, we were just waiting kind of for some confirmation of certain information. We've been working with Assistant Town Manager Jen Breaker. So we will be putting out more information via social media, as well as sending home a flyer through the schools, and, you know, through Deep social media, the town social media, and probably, well, we'll also send a press release to the newspapers to get the info out there. I know, we just finished Halloween, haven't had Thanksgiving yet, but we want Christmas. But last year, we did it virtually. We had a program on DCAT, and they've been a great partner, so I want to thank DCAT for that. And it was just because of COVID. So this year, feeling more, you know, it's an outdoor event, and again, to your point, a little bit back to some kind of normal, and it is a well-attended event, and I'm sure it will be even better this year with, hopefully the weather holds out, so. It's rain or shine or snow, but, you know,
Snow would be okay.
yeah,
Thank you, Mary Beth.
thank you.
So this is an annual favorite. I've loved participating in the years past, and I look forward to it continuing, and wishing Santa well. It's always fun to see the kids when it comes down on the fire truck, gets off, lights the tree up. It's amazing. And thank you for the thought, Matt, but I will be traveling back from business on the 4th, so, but I would. You know what, I'm not shy to a microphone. So I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Any other comments by the board members? I'll accept a motion to accept the request.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you, and I just wanted to put it out there. Deep has been doing this the last 4 years because it is a community event, and we are about the community, and we just, again, we're all volunteers, and we just wanted to give back, and so thank you for supporting us with this.
Thank you.
you.
With the board's indulgence, I'm going to take agenda item 5 and move it next for a moment. The board will meet with a potential candidate for the Danvers Affordable Housing Trust. If you'd like to go to the microphone, I'll take Selectman's prerogative, Chairman's prerogative, as I am the representative on the Affordable Housing Trust. Before us is Ann Casali-Skinner, who has applied to be a member of the trust. She participated in the last trust meeting, offered a lot of valuable insight from her expertise as a real estate professional, and got the support of the other members to come forward and ask to be appointed as a member to that trust. We unfortunately, with deep regret, are accepting the resignation of Tish Fontini. She's moving on to do some other work that she'd like to focus on. She's been a member of the trust since it was formed, and we're sorry to see her go, though she says she'll continue to participate as she can and pitch in. But Tish was a real estate professional, and you'll hear is also a real estate professional, and it's very helpful in our work. So, Ann, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you. My name is Ann Cassell-Skinner, and I'm a real estate broker in town. I'm applying for the position of the open seat on the, as Gardner said, on the Danvers Affordable Housing Trust.
You all have her bio. I'll open it up. Select Board Member Duggan.
Yes, thank you. So thank you, Ann, for stepping forward and volunteering your time. In your bio, you mentioned familiarity with the Affordable Trust. Is that something that realtors actually promote, or do they kind of, are they in favor of Affordable Trust?
To be honest, I've been selling for 24 years, And I don't know that much about the Affordable Trust. I really like to learn more and hope that I can help on that, with that group. I grew up in this town. I've lived here my whole life, and I was given the opportunity for affordable housing when I was a single mom, and it made a very big difference in my life, a big impact. So when I heard there was an opening, I had never thought of it before, really knew much about it, but Carla King recommended me, and I came to one of the meetings, and so I hope that I can share what I know and help with the group, with my knowledge of the real estate market.
Well, that's great, because I think with new large residential developments being proposed, it's important that there be at least 15 or 20% affordable component to that, because typically the developers only lowball maybe 10 or 12.5%. So it's important that this trust kind of push back on a lowball number. So I'm sure you'll fit in well. And I just had a question for the chair. So the current Board of Trustees, they have a broad-based experience. So maybe I think the state suggests that you have like a lawyer, someone that has experience in developments. So with Ann replacing Tish, that's the realtor or real estate component. So can you just briefly explain what the other members, what they bring to the table?
Sure. As I'm thinking about it, in my head, I'm looking around the room. We have a construction, the owner of a local construction company. He represents the trade, can help us evaluate when applicants start talking about cost per square foot and some of the other issues that come up when in the applicant's presentation. We have real estate. We have bankers on there. Jack Szynski is on there as a banker. We have legal, though she's not a lawyer, she works for a law office. Kristen Teipert is on the board. Carla King serves on the Danvers Housing Authority and is a local social activist and keeps us really honest about affordability. Aaron is on the board as the town.
Myself as the banker, too.
Maureen is there as another select person, though she's not a voting select board member, but she's on the board.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I'm forgetting someone as I'm.
Well, that's
Aaron,
fine.
who am I
So-
thinking?
No, you're putting me on the spot, too.
No, I'm trying to picture the table, too.
That's exactly what Carla.
Stacy Bernstein.
Stacy Bernstein is also, she's actually in charge of these programs and social services in Peabody, for the city of Peabody. So she helps with a lot of collaborative effort where we may join and do some municipal work together. If there's a program we want to pursue, and it might be half Peabody, half Danvers, and this is what she does actually for a living, so she brings that real-world experience to the team.
Okay, all right, that's great. Thank you for that background and sharing it with the audience. So thank you again, Ann, for stepping up and volunteering your time. I'm sure you'll get up to speed very quick from what Gardner's just described. It sounds like you'd be joining a great group. So I
Thank
wish
you.
you success.
Thank you very much.
Select Board meeting, Bernard?
I think Ann brings great expertise to the team, being the real estate, knowing about the real estate, especially in the town of Danvers, and with the other members that we talked about, with Stacy, with the down payment assistance, the bankers, the builder. I'm looking forward to working with her, so I would approve her application.
Thank you, Select Board Member Bennett.
Thank you. And thank you for stepping up and volunteering. What makes Danvers a town and a well-run town is that we get volunteers from citizens like yourself and some of the other folks that are on the committee. And Mr. Bradstreet talked about what's their reward. It's because you volunteer, you get a satisfaction. And thank you very much for stepping up into this role. And good luck.
Thank you.
So any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Well,
They're going to make the
Make the
first.
motion. I'll make the motion to, let's see, we want to appoint Ann Casale Skinner to the, as a member of the Danvers Affordable Housing Trust.
thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any other discussion on this? I forgot to ask if the town manager has any comments.
I don't. Thank you.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Congratulations, welcome, and thank you for your volunteerism.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Ann.
Returning to the agenda, the board will hear an update from the representatives of the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee. I've asked that the town manager start scheduling these committees that people dutifully volunteer for so that we can hear about their good work and their plans and what they have in the pipeline for bringing their expertise to the town. And I'm glad that DeJoco is going to represent Human Rights and Inclusion as the first one of these committee reports. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the board. My name is Dutoshen Joko. I'm the chair of the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee here in town, and I'm here with Kristen Perkins, who is the vice chair. And we do also have some committee members in the room. If you could please stand. I have Bob Gamer, Bill Graham, Paul Polak, who is the former vice chair, Jorge Sanchez Salazar, and Donna Hopkins, who is also a member of the library trustee. So for people watching at home, I'll start by just telling you who we are and what we do. The Human Rights and Inclusion Committee is a cohesive task force against anti-Semitism, homophobia, intolerance, racism, sexism, and bigotry. Basically, we are committed to reaffirming the worth and dignity of every human being. We stand against hatred and support those who experience marginalization due to their age, gender, race, ethnicity, religious belief, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status. The members of the committee are appointed by this board, the select board. And people might ask, why would Danvers need one? We firmly believe that every city and town needs a committee like this. Expanding once, and Mr. Bradshaw, is that it? Bradstreet, I'm sorry, yes. So what's the reward, right? Expanding one's circle of compassion by caring for others enhances personal and spiritual growth. As Dr. King once said, we may have all come from different shapes, but we're all on the same boat. And believe it or not, people in Danvers come from different backgrounds with many characteristics, beliefs, and affiliations representing the diversity of this community, the melting pot that we call Danvers. We promote and celebrate the diversity of our community while advocating for respect for others, regardless of their differences. And we do that through education, community outreach, and community events. We partner with police, school administration, students group, interfaith representatives, and several community partners on different events and initiatives to create a positive atmosphere for a multicultural community. We are really urging people to get involved. We would love to hear from people in the community, and we are seeking greater participation from Danvers residents. As we said, remember that by being involved, you are not only helping others, but also strengthening your connection to the community, gaining new skills, and enriching your personal and professional life. We meet the third Thursday of every month. We're now meeting at the police station training room at 7 p.m. And this coming year, we have a lot of events that are coming up, and I'll pass it on to Kristen to fill you into what you should be looking up to.
Thank you. I'm Kristen Perkins, as Dee said, and thanks for letting us provide an update. We work so hard as a committee, and it's really great to feel valued, so thank you so much. You know, from my perspective on this committee, it's really about community building, and I think that's what we're having an opportunity to do with all these events that we host every year. So I wanted to give you a flavor of what's to come this year, and I really urge everyone, especially the select board, to get involved. I think it's important to kind of call people into these conversations and to be a part of it together. So going into the new year, we have an annual MLK Day tribute. I think we're at, what is it, Paul? Maybe 10 years, 20 years for the MLK event? 22nd, yes.
Started out at the former Danvers Yacht Club.
Yep.
Back in those days. We're way beyond that now. We're somewhere, we're pushing over 20, probably 25 years.
Thank you. So everyone works hard with the fundraising and the organizing, so we're really looking forward to that event in the new year. In February, we honor Black History Month. In March, we recognize Women's History Month. In June, we recognize Pride with a flag raising at Town Hall, as well as a Pride party. So this past year, we did a number of events downtown, and we'll plan to do that next year as well. On June 19th, we'll celebrate Juneteenth, which will be our second annual celebration. On July 4th, we'll have our 12th annual Declaration of Independence reading. And in December, we honor Hanukkah. So it's really important to us that everyone feels seen in our community. So if there's other events that people would like to get involved with, see us host, please reach out. Like Dee said, we meet once a month and it's open to the public, so we want to see more people get involved. And this month, we do have a special speaker event. It will be held on Wednesday the 17th from 6:30 to 8. It will be a Zoom event, but we'll also meet in person at the middle school for people that want to gather. We'll have the same rules that we have here. We wear masks and we do social distancing. But this speaker event will be with Debbie Irving, who is a speaker we tried to get a couple of years ago, as well as one of her colleagues, Shay Stewart Booley. And the event is about exploring cross-racial conversations. And so it's a really candid conversation between two friends that really open up about their experiences together. And then they have a Q&A, so people can ask questions either through Zoom or the chat. And hopefully it's a way for people to get a little vulnerable and maybe, speak some of the things they've been thinking about over the last few years. I think we'll be releasing some additional details and the registration for the event in the next couple of days. And we hope that you'll all join. So thank you so much. And if there's any questions, let us know.
Thank you. So I want to thank you for joining us and telling us all about the good work you do. Many of us have closer relationships with the Human Rights and Inclusion Board. And so I'm going to start with the comments with our Select Board representative to that, Mr. Mills.
Thank you, God. Kristen, can you repeat the date and time of that event?
Of course. So Wednesday, November 17th, it's from 6:30 to 8 p.m. And so it'll be a Zoom event, but it also will be, there'll be an in-person component for people that would like to gather, and that will be at the middle school.
And Kristen and Dee, I wonder if you could briefly mention the guests that we had from the city of Beverly who spoke, I think, at our last meeting about the activity in Beverly of the equivalent, something like the equivalent of what we hope to have by way of an inclusion officer in Danvers.
So at our last meeting a couple of weeks ago, we had Abu Tapin, who is the DEI director in Beverly, and he came to speak to us a little bit about his role. And as we're thinking about this role for our own town, things that we should consider so that we're really set up for success from the beginning. I think that the biggest message that I took away from that was really the buy-in from leadership on the importance of this role and the work and the benefits that it will bring to our town. And then once this role actually comes on board, the accountability for that and making sure that this role is meeting all of our expectations and that it's really that two-way conversation. So I think that was the biggest takeaway. He had a lot of very anecdotal experiences to share on with the rollout of the role in Beverly, how it has brought people together through, again, calling people into these conversations, really challenging the status quo and being forced to look at different perspectives. One of the things he said that stood out for me was a white woman came to one of his events and said, you know, I don't see what the problems are in Beverly. I don't know why we need this role. And he acknowledged that and said, well, here, from my perspective as a person of color, this is how I see that differently. This is how my experience has been really different than yours. And just by having that safety, that conversation, that opportunity, it really bridged this divide that is felt everywhere and was felt in Beverly. So,
Can I make one more comment, Gary?
Sure.
I've been active in our, what is now the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee for, I think, about 30 years. The committee was originally called the Danvers Diversity Committee, and it was formed in response to some anti-Semitic stuff in Danvers. And we got off to a very, very slow start. I mean, it was a slow start. We did not have a full-time staff person assigned to us. Susan Fletcher, through the years, did a phenomenal job of keeping things going. But I must tell you that in the last 2 years of watching the current membership number to expand and to take the active participation in this town, it blows my mind. So thank you both for your effort and for the other members that I guess I know everybody on the committee, and I'm really proud to be the liaison to you folks on from this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Duggan.
Thank you again, Dee, and your group for kind of ramping this up. I think what I just heard about the conversation between the white woman and was it the inclusion officer? Is that the
DEI officer, it's a similar role to that
okay?
we're filling
So
here.
I think the board spoke at the last meeting about looking to hire someone like that as an FTE. So from my perspective, sometimes I don't see the divides, and I don't know if it's just because I'm not really aware of everything that's going on around me, but I'd be interested to have a conversation like that. Maybe there's things for me to learn because at the moment, that position doesn't seem like it should be a full-time position. I'm sure there's a need for it, at least part-time, so I think I need to learn some of the nuances that are going on around me.
Definitely, and speaking to Abu a couple of weeks ago, that was, not necessarily pertaining to your remarks, but he said the buy-in from leadership is key. If we don't have complete buy-in from the leadership for such a position, we're setting the person for failure. And for a lot of people, for some of us, this is not, it cannot be seen as a part-time thing, because the leadership, the seriousness that the leadership gives to this issue is going to raise it to a certain level. This is an issue that's as important as getting drinking water. It's as important as plowing the snow so that it's safe for people. These discussions and these issues are so important that people's livelihood depend on it. And if the leadership does not see it as such, then it will either never change or it will just get worse. So we really urge this board to fully support that position. And it's not gonna, and Abu was very clear, it's not one person that's gonna come and be the Jesus and save us all and solve all our problems. That's not gonna be the case. It's still gonna require collaboration, hard work, and community involvement. But the support from the leadership is gonna be key for that person to be successful. And not on, we even went to, I would even say, not as a chair of the committee, but as an individual and a town meeting member, I think that person should even have staff. It should not just be a full-time person that's gonna answer 20,000 emails a day. They should even have staff that's assisting them in that role. The work is that big. In the scope of, if I take the football analogy, I'm not a great football guy, so forgive me if I mess this up. We are just avoiding a safety right now. We are not even at the 10 years yet in these issues, not necessarily only in Danvers, but just as a people, just as a community. So if we slack off and don't go full strength, we may never get there. So I will urge this board to really consider giving this person the full support that they would deserve.
Okay. Well, I recognize when you say safety, I mean, that's the key role of government, right? To provide safety for residents and visitors. That's kind of at the bottom of Maslow's pyramid. So, so whatever the board can do to make people, if they're not feeling safe or comfortable now, then we need to change that. So I support you. I know you're fully committed to this, and I've seen your accomplishments, and they're admirable. So I'm sure you'll continue to do well. Thank you.
Select Board Member Bernard.
Hi, Dee, thank you. You and your team, you do a great job. I was on the welcoming committee, and I got to meet all these, fine people. We did some great work. I, too, am in support of helping and making the citizens of Danvers everywhere feel safe. I know maybe we could talk with Abu from Beverly. I mean, let's do some research. I'm kind of with Select Board Member Duggan. I don't know if it warrants a full-time position, but let's dig in and see what we can come up with. And like you said, it comes from leadership. I think we have great leadership with our police, our new chief, even passing out the candy at Halloween, which was fantastic. But I'd like a little bit more research too. But we're here to support you, and you do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bennett.
Thank you. The work that the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee does is under the radar to a degree. We see it. We know what you're doing, but we need to get the community to be more involved, to support you in the different events that you have. Your folks bring all a different collective of experiences to your committee, which is very helpful. And I, for one, look forward to a full-time position with somebody that can help lead the community forwards. As you say, we're not even at the 10-yard line. That's scary in itself, Dee, but hopefully we can get to at least the 25-yard line and make a go for it. But thank you all for your work, and thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you. I'd like to have my comments, and then I'll open up to the public, to you as a member. Yes, absolutely, members, you're more than welcome. So, building off some other comments people have said, past couple of years, we've had some really social and criminal actions that have brought to light some really inconvenient truths and some ugly realities. And as those came about, people have to reflect on those. And for many, this is an evolution in learning, and for others, it's a continued revolution in changing society. And so it's not surprising that some people see it with more focus, with more clarity, with more knowledge and depth than others who are just understanding their part in the entire societal underpinnings that have brought this to the fore. I was a member of before I was even a member of the board, so it was over 20 years ago, I was active in the Danvers Diversity. I was not a member of the Danvers Diversity Committee at the time, but I was active in it as an outside participant, along with Dave McKenna and Susan Fletcher, and helped organize some of the early Martin Luther King Day events. And we had very large events, very large dinners at the Danversport Yacht Club. It was the time that we were pushing through the No Place for Hate and made Danvers no place for hate. And even then, there were many citizens that said, why do we need a Danvers Diversity Committee? Why do we have to affirm or declare ourselves as a no place for hate? Because 20, 25 years ago, even in my lifetime, there was not the observation and realization that we have, many minority groups in town, many groups of color, many groups of different sexual persuasions, and people didn't see it as something that was necessarily needed in Danvers. It was a very Mayberry-type town. But we've evolved, we've grown as a town, we've embraced and encouraged all sorts of people to come to our community and become our neighbors. And I think now more than ever, we need this committee. Since I've been chair, or just before I became chair this year, we've had 3 events that have racial overtones. Now, for some, one of them didn't have, so for some, there were people who felt racial overtones to one of the events. The other 2 were clearly criminal events with racial overtones. And I gotta say that, you know, as the chairman, I've been really proud of the response of town administration and of the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee to face those right out of the gate, not waver, not wait, and I've been very proud to sign my name next to Dee's name and the town manager and the police chief to say this event was wrong. We perceive it as wrong, we don't support it, it's wrong for our community, it's wrong for our citizens, it was wrong to happen in Danvers, and we've taken, as a town, responsibility for our part in those actions when it's happened. And I couldn't feel more strongly that we need a full-time DEI person. That came out of the welcoming committee that we were part of. I can't say how strongly I feel about getting the right person, obviously, but someone who is focused, knowledgeable, understanding, and experienced in a role as a DEI representative. You know, we all have different focuses in life. I see things through the lens of a white male, and I can think that I'm going to learn things. I can think that I'm going to self-educate. I think I'm going to become aware of certain things, but I won't have that same focus as someone who lives the life. I won't have that same focus as people who've experienced sometimes horrific experiences based on their gender, on their race, on their sexual identity. I can never have that experience, and so I need those people to bring their experiences and their focus to a community discussion. And that's why I'm so pleased that you actually led off the series of committee reviews and have presented the work you're going to do. I would invite any other member of the committee, if they want to say something, please, we appreciate it. And by the way, I'd like to give you a hand for your volunteerism.
My name is Paul Pollack. I'm a member of the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee and have been for, I think, going on 14 to 15 years now. I've lost track. But everything I've heard tonight is encouraging. We had the meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we discussed a little bit about full-time, part-time, and we as a committee, as the chairman has just said, are fully in favor and really think that this town needs a full-time human rights and inclusion person in town hall, and hopefully with enough staff to back it up. I'm going to tell you this right now, that I'm a little bit of a football guy. So when people start talking about being on the 10-yard line and then the 25-yard line, all that gets you is being beat. You're not going to win. You're not going to make enough progress. So we have to get over the hump of thinking that we can do this gradually. If you go part-time, you get part-time. If you go full-time, you really have a chance to get after this now before it gets worse. When I got on the committee years and years ago, there was something in the back of my mind from my background in college athletics that said to me, you have to be careful about where you live, how you live, and what town you're living in. And I chose to live in Danvers back in 1981, and I was pleased to be, and I've been pleased to be a member of this community for that many years. But as you see throughout the country, towns that feel they're comfortable, all of a sudden they're hit with a tsunami, and they don't know how to handle it. And it comes back and hurts the town in ways that you can't get back on your feet. So I'm asking you to really consider full-time for this position ASAP. And to all the members, everyone here, whether you're a member, whether you're here for some other business, come on in. Visit one of our meetings. Your eyes are going to open up. You're going to see something that you haven't seen before. You're going to see vibrant, intelligent, outspoken people that are not going to shy away from problems. And you'll be the better person for it, and so will this town. Thank you.
As a member of the committee, I'm very much hoping we'll hire somebody full-time, and I expect Mr. Barta can probably tell us. The pool for interviewing and hiring somebody, I would think, would be much larger for a full-time position than part-time ones.
Mr. Town Manager, I think it might be appropriate that you can tell us what your current planning and actions are, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. Hiring in local government is difficult right now everywhere, but generally speaking, yes, the candidate pool for a full-time position is going to be different from a part-time position. And I did update the board at the last meeting. The position is currently advertised as a full-time position. We've had at least one application received to date. It's open for at least 3 weeks. We don't typically put a hard stop on these because we generally keep them open until we find the right candidate. If we get enough applications soon, we may start interviewing. But the idea would be at some point before the end of the year, ideally to have somebody, a preferred candidate in mind. And we did use the Beverly job description among others when we were thinking about this position. I did, as I reported to the board at the last meeting, the three sort of pillars of the position as we see it in talking to colleagues were community engagement outreach, which is working very closely with the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee, workforce training and programs, and then working on policy. And it's a position that will be made available to the schools and the library as well for some of their goals and objectives and programs. So, but we think community engagement is a critical part of the role. And there is a group, there's a network, including Mr. Toppin on the North Shore, of these positions that are starting to work together and collaborate to extend their reach as well. So, thanks.
Hi, I'm Bob Gamer, a member of the committee. I took my grandson over to Rebecca Nurse's house, and he asked me, we were sitting down, he asked me what this inscription was on the bench. I looked at it. It was a swastika. 4 years old. There was a swastika at the high school. There was a swastika at the middle school. There had been a rash of homophobic incidents. A Black Lives Matter banner was taken from a church. Black Lives Matter banners were taken off personal property. By putting a dab on something is off on the culture. By putting a dab on the canvas here, we're not going to solve this problem part-time. We need a full-time person, and I urge you to seriously consider that. Thank you.
So I do want to make clear that the town manager has recommended and is pursuing a full-time person. This is not a debate for us whether it's full or part-time. We're going forward with a full-time person, so. Donna?
And I'm Donna Hopkins. I just want to add one more thing to this. I am a realtor in town, and Mr. Bennett, I do appreciate what you said about getting more people involved in our committee, and we'd love to do that. We'd love to have more people involved. One of our biggest problems is that we're all volunteers as well. Most of us have full-time jobs, so it's a part-time task that we're taking on because we believe in it. But we'd love your participation as well when we have these events. I know many of you have shown up at our events in the past. We'd love to have more. And I just wanted to say, to add to it, in addition to what you've just heard, I'm a full-time realtor in town, and I recently had a client who was a person of color. And it's nothing you can put your finger on, but it's kind of one of those microaggressions. My client was calling about getting rentals, and people were not returning his call. He had a dialect that you might perceive as being not white. And I don't really want to get into more detail than that, but I was having to call and follow up and make calls so that people running these companies for rentals and landlords here in town would return my call. I obviously sound white. And that just went on recently, and that really kind of saddened me. And it's nothing I can say, oh, they didn't return your call because you sound like you're a person of color. But these things are going on in our town. So as much as I love Danvers and I want to think we're way ahead of the game, and I think in many respects we are, please don't get me wrong, I love living here, I love this town, but we still have a ways to go to get where we want to be as far as inclusion and equity in Danvers. So that was all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Barrett, may I make one?
Please.
Can I make a further comment? Oh, no, Dee is going to say something. My name is David Mills, and I'm one of your select members. And I'm a triple minority. I'm old, 79. I'm getting to be disposable. I use a cane, so I'm kind of handicapped. And I've been gay for 79 years. And I didn't know that until I was 50. But I knew the torture of growing up in white Danvers, terrified that I might be gay, fully aware that at the Danvers State Hospital, gay people were being treated with lobotomies and aversion therapy and chemical castration. And all of that stuff was going on in my years of attempting to grow to be a whole person. I will tell you, statistically, I believe the national norm, which is that 7 or 8% of the population is gay. So we have 26,000 people in Danvers, and I can't do the math in my head anymore because I'm old. But of those lesbian and gay people who are in Danvers, 90% are in hiding. There are about 5 rainbow flags in Danvers, one on my house, one on Bill Graham's house, and I think one recently went up at the Maple Street Church. People who are gay and grew up gay in Danvers are still terrified of being whole, open people. You don't have to put up a flag, you don't have to color your hair, but to be able to walk down the street as a total, whole human being. There's plenty of work to be done, and I just am particularly concerned about older people, the Senior Center, our Human Rights and Inclusion Committee, and youngsters, especially junior high and early high school kids who cry themselves to sleep, being afraid that they are lesbian or gay and will be subjected to the humiliation that is still rampant in our nation and this community. And finally, there are symbols of white supremacy on display in the town of Danvers tonight. It's no longer terrifying to me because I'm too old. Nobody can hurt me now. But it's terrifying and hurtful to a lot of young people who don't have the privilege that I have now of being old and secure. Plus, I have a pension. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Beth?
Again, Mary Beth Berry. I'm a former school committee member, former library trustee. I'm a town meeting member. And I think that for the town to be considering and advertising for this position, we should be very fortunate as residents that the town is looking to do this to help our town and community be better. We're not going to be better if we don't do anything. And yes, I mean, it is advertised for full time, but to the point of it being maybe part-time, you can't, like part-time work, there's so much to be done. It does require a full-time person, and a person that I'm sure is going to work more than the 35 hours a week that's posted for. But I think as a community, we should want to be better, and in this world today, it is a very challenging world. And I have a child in the public schools now, and a child in college, and I can tell you that living in Danvers my whole life, these kids need to get out and see there's a lot of diversity everywhere. And when you live here in Danvers, you don't see a lot of it. It is here, but they're not aware of it. And I think by having this particular person come on board here in Danvers would be a benefit to our community. And I want to thank the Diversity or Human Rights and Inclusion Committee for working on this with the town. So thank you for all the work that you do, because it is all hard work. And I thank you for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
thank
DiGioco,
you,
yes.
and well, thank you very much. And before I conclude our presentation, I will share a more positive note. On a more positive note, recently, as I said earlier, we partner with police school administration. And so our last meeting, the chief level was there and shared a story. Our police recently got accredited by a national accreditation. And Chief Skinner from La Plata, Maryland, was the one that was doing the accreditation for Danvers. And after the accreditation, he was so impressed with the work that the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee is doing in this town, with your support in partner with the police, that he asked myself and the Lieutenant Sullivan to have a presentation for his mayor and the council so that they can open a similar committee in La Plata, Maryland. So what we do in Danvers matters not only in Danvers, but even outside of Danvers. And Lieutenant Rob told me that he had been seeing this accreditation for almost 20 years and had never seen anyone go and come back to learn something from the people that he just accredited. So it speaks volumes into what we do here, and I'm hopeful that we continue in that path and be an example not only for La Plata, Maryland, but for other cities and towns in the North Shore. And we really count on you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the whole committee. We appreciate your time and volunteerism. Thank you. We'll move on to the next agenda item. Public hearing will be held under Chapter 138 of the General Laws in the application of Blazing Wings, LLC, doing business as Buffalo Wild Wings, 100 Independence Way, Joshua Metzger, manager for change of manager at that location. Is there someone to represent this?
Yes.
Good evening. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Good. If you could introduce yourself to the microphone, we are on DCAT, and
Yep.
people
Okay.
want to know who you are.
Yep. My name is Josh Metzger. I'm general manager at Buffalo Wild Wings in Danvers here. So.
Okay. And can you speak to the application?
Well, I've been with the company different locations for almost 11 years now. Just returning, I was part of the opening team at that location in 2011, and just coming back, and I ServSafe certified, and just applying and part of the crew. So.
Great. And just a couple of quick, are you currently a manager at that location?
I am,
And
yes.
are you currently on the liquor license?
I'm not.
Okay.
No.
And that's part of this
Yes.
application?
Yep.
Okay. I'll start with Select Board Member Bernard.
Sounds like you've had a lot of experience.
Yes.
And you're tip certified. Thank you. I wish you luck. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yep.
Select Board Member Bennett.
Thank you. I see you're certified under ServSafe.
Yes.
Is that a different program than TIPS?
Yes, yeah, that's the program that Inspire Brands goes by, so.
Is there a difference between the two?
I'm not familiar, I've never done the TIPS certified before. In my 20-some years, I've always had to do the ServSafe. I can't really speak to the TIPS part of it, but the way I understand it, it's just two different brands. I know the ServSafe is part of the National Restaurant Association too. They promote that one. So.
The reason I ask, I believe most of our applications for liquor licenses and change of managers, et cetera, they're TIP certified, and I know the police department gives a course every year to the restaurants and the servers for TIPS safe. So it's a question, is it different? Must be different somehow.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Selectman Board Member. ServSafe and TIP certified are functionally equivalent, as far as I know. It's just a different organizing party that
You've taken both those courses?
No, but I know managers who have, and they have said that functionally the same. They do the
Somebody
same.
that's done both
Yes, has affirmed that basically it's the same exact training, understanding, education, and
Okay,
they're
thank you.
functionally equivalent.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yep.
Good luck to you
Sure,
from my
thank
point
you.
of view.
All set?
Yep, thank you.
Select Board Member Mills?
Sounds good. I'd like to try the chicken wings, but I'm a vegetarian.
I've been,
So I don't know if you're going to get plant alternative chicken wings. If you do, I'll be over.
oh,
No, it sounds great, and you have a
you know,
wonderful.
I could see that coming down the road. Yeah.
You have a great reputation.
It won't be bone in.
Good luck.
Select Board Member Duggan?
All right, thank you. So looking at your employment information on the amendment here, so it says you're a manager, so this is a promotion to the general manager for the location?
No, well, actually, I was a general manager here at this location for a few months in 2016. I've been a general manager at the Saugus location for 3.5 years, and I was a general manager at the Burlington location for 2. So,
All right. So your role here, the fact that you're changing manager, is that a promotion, or are you just replacing somebody that it was already fulfilling that role?
yes, I'm just replacing, to be quite frank, I'm just closer to home now.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's Burlington from Ipswich was quite the drive, so.
And then you mentioned being here when this location first opened.
Yes.
I think I was invited there for the soft opening.
Yes, yeah.
And that was quite the experience with, there were many more employees than there were customers, so.
Oh, geez.
That was an awesome
I talk
experience.
about that a lot now because I probably was scheduling, I was the service manager at the time, I was scheduling 50 servers, and in the current, employment, as we've talked about tonight, I have about 30 employees total now, so it's a challenge.
All right, well, I wish you the best, and it's always good to be working closer to home these
Yes.
days, so I wish you the best.
Well, thank you. Yep.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So I have some common questions for all applicants. I see you're Serve Safe certified, which is to me the equivalent of tips, and I'm satisfied with that.
Okay.
It looks like you'll be on the premise. You've listed 50 to 60 hours a week, which is not, which is understandable, especially in today's employment climate.
Yep.
I see that you have submitted the your name and the alternate management listing sheet. One of the things we do recommend is that anytime the business is open, you or one of these people are on the premise to make sure that someone with responsibilities whose name is associated with a liquor license is there.
Sure. Yep.
And then the other question I have is, when you were in Saugus, did you have the responsibility as the liquor license
I
holder?
did.
You
Yes,
did.
it was on, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Were there any other issues at the Saugus store, any ABCC issues?
No, not that no.
Great. That satisfies my questions.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? This is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to speak to this applicant or this application?
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. I'll
Thank
entertain a
you.
motion. Hold on. I'll entertain a
sorry.
motion on the agenda item.
Move the application as made.
Motion made
Second.
and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. And you can see the town clerk, if there's any follow-up paperwork, she'll be able to help.
Thank you.
Thank you very much and good luck. This time, a public hearing will be held under Chapter 138 of the General Laws of the application of Twisted Fate Brewing, LLC, doing business as Twisted Fate Brewing, 120 Andover Street, Suite 4, David Pinette, manager, for a Farmer Series pouring license. Is there someone to speak to that? Thank you, sir. I'll actually introduce you in a moment. If I can ask the town clerk to describe to the board the different licenses we have and what a Farmer Series pouring license is, please.
Well, the applicant has obtained from the state the license, the required license to brew beer on site.
Okay?
The farmer pouring license allows him to serve the beer that he produces on site
Okay.
at his location.
And it's limited to just that,
It's limited to just the beer that he brews
on site.
on site,
Okay.
correct? And this particular license does not count against any of our existing licenses, so it doesn't count on the quota.
Great, thanks. Before I open it up to the applicant, is there any other board member who has questions about this license and license type for the clerk?
If I may.
Mr. Bennett?
We sat here a number of years ago and gave a farmer's license for an operation on Route 1 that later became served cordials, and they were serving everything. I can't remember if they applied for a full liquor license or they were just somehow able to skirt the original license.
Do you remember the business, sir?
It's near where the hotel is.
It was where Brutoli was, I don't know if
Yeah,
that
it was a
was the name on it.
hotel. It was a company that, not to cast aspersions, that wasn't paying their light bills, weren't paying their taxes, all kinds of issues. So I just trying to remember, how did they get to serve additional product if only they had a farmer's brewery license? So is there any way that this operation can expand beyond what we're
Yes.
discussing it tonight?
Yes, this is going to allow him to just serve the beer he produces on site. If he wanted to expand, he would have to get an additional liquor license on top of that.
So they'd
he
have to
would
come and reapply and?
Correct,
Okay.
as an additional. Mhm.
Right, you can't just start serving cordials.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions
No.
from board members
No.
about the,
So can I get a clarification on that? So the farmer brewer license also allows the applicant to sell on site, so they could sell growlers to go, and they could also sell to licensed wholesalers and retailers, I believe, right? Is that correct?
That piece I'm not 100% sure on.
and maybe the applicant knows, and I'll turn to him.
Yes.
I just wanted to get any administrative questions out of the
Okay,
way
all right.
first.
All right, fair enough.
Welcome.
That's a
We
good
welcome you.
point.
Oh, did you have something?
No, this is interesting.
Welcome.
Good
Please,
evening. My name is David Panett, and I am owner and brewer of Twisted Fate Brewing. I'm here before you tonight seeking approval of a farmer's brewer's pouring permit. Twisted Fate Brewing is a small family-owned, family-friendly microbrewery. The owners are me, my wife, my sister, and our husband, who are all here tonight. We bring many years of valuable experience to this company. My wife has been a practicing attorney for 14 years. My sister, who is currently busy at home with her kids, had worked previously for an accounting firm. My brother-in-law has worked for investment banks for over 20 years and brings his business acumen to Twisted Fate. I had worked as an investment accountant for many years before teaching for the past 10 years. I've also coached high school wrestling for the majority of the past 20-plus years. In addition, all four owners have some experience in the food industry, service industry. All the beer that we sell will be produced on-site and brewed by me. I have been a home brewer for about 5 years. We have intentions of producing roughly 250 barrels of beer in our first year, and we'll ramp that up to 300 to 350 barrels moving forward. We intend to produce a combination of IPAs, stouts, porters, Belgians, and lagers for consumption. To start, we will not be selling any cans, bottles, or growlers to go. To start, we plan to sell our beer in draft pours for customers on site. In the future, we may offer small items to be sold for to-go purposes. With the state license we acquired, we have the right to self-distribute throughout Massachusetts. We may look to sell kegs to some local establishments in the future. We are working with a local restaurant, Danvers Pizzas and Subs, to supply us with pizza for sale in our tap room. We will have up to 3 different options of pizza available for sale at all times. We have purchased a pizza warmer to always keep all food at required safe temperatures. Today, our Board of Health application was approved. The tap room will be run by the owners. In addition to the owners, we will hire bar and wait staff. All owners and employees will be tip certified. I will be acting as the liquor license manager. At present, I have completed ServSafe, CPR, and tip certification. I have read and continue to become familiar with the town's liquor license guidelines and regulations. We will check every ID upon entering, and we will not have any live entertainment on site. We are requesting a pouring permit that allows us to serve and sell beer 7 days per week, Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Sunday from noon to 11 p.m. We expect to be open to the public beginning Thursdays to Sundays and expand days and hours within our requested timeframe. We will expand and adjust our hours to ensure the best experience for our customers' needs within the allowable timeframe. We have received our federal and state license to manufacture malt beverages. We are currently working with the building inspector to acquire a building permit to start our build-out. Once we receive this, we anticipate a 2-month build-out. Our hope is to be serving fresh craft beer in early 2022. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. That was a very thorough explanation, and I appreciate it. I'll start with Select Board Member Bennett, please.
Thank you. Thank you. You did hit all the boxes that we typically ask.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that. You explained the hours. Location, I'm trying to figure out where Suite 4 is in relationship to whatever.
So right as you come under the rail trail, we're the first unit in the purple building next to Light and Leisure.
Okay.
So directly across from McDonald's? Or on the other side of the bridge?
On the other,
Thank you.
Okay, good, thank you. Any thoughts of serving red ale?
Red ale? I haven't experienced in any red ale yet, but maybe down the line.
Okay. Good luck to you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills.
Yeah. What's red ale?
It's just a different variety.
Just joking.
Okay.
I think you did a splendid presentation, and I have no questions and wish you well.
Thank you. Select Board Member Duggan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just some questions. You answered some of them already for me, and so you can use this as an opportunity just to kind of plug your business as we go along. So I'm familiar with the building there. I've been on the rail trail committee for many years, so there's been issues there with people climbing onto the roof of that part of the building. So you may want to talk to the landlord about some type of security system. I don't know what's there now, and I think there's been some. I think the landlord has made some changes to the layout to prevent that, but just to be aware, if people know that there's beer in there, that could be a problem. So just giving you a heads up with that.
Thanks.
So what about the dedicated, do you have dedicated parking for your customers?
So the site has over 100 parking spots.
Yep.
They're open to whoever is open at the time. There's no real designation that we have 25 spots. The majority of our business will be done when most of the other businesses are closed. The only one that is open some of the time when we're open is Guitar Center.
Okay. And there's an entrance in the front next to the roadway. There's like a bump out there with like a little vestibule. Is that the only way the customers will be able to access the inside?
There's an entrance in the back as well.
Okay, so people can park around the back, which is more convenient, and come in that way? Okay. Let's see, what else? Are you actively brewing now?
I am. I haven't been brewing as much the last few months because I've been focusing on this, but I've been brewing for 5 years about
Okay.
now.
So are you brewing like off-site commercially, or is it just in your home that
Just
you're
home
doing?
brewing
Okay.
at home.
All right.
In my closet.
And did you describe what you're going to be selling off when you kick it off, like an IPA, lagers, or anything like that?
Yep. So,
Bennett's Brew, right?
Okay.
so we'll always have IPAs on tap, different varieties of that. We'll have porters and stouts, different Belgians, so Belgian triples and Belgian wets. And I also have a tank for lagering, so we'll have Pilsners and Helles. We're looking to have 8 to 10 taps open.
Oh, that's great. So it's good that you're next to the rail trail. People can like go for a bike ride, and as a reward, they can stop. Although that stairway there is pretty treacherous, so you may want to warn people about that. Just back to the farmer brewer license. So Massachusetts issues that with the assumption that you'll be purchasing ingredients from Massachusetts businesses. Can you just explain what you'll be purchasing?
So there's a lot of hop producers in the state. So I think we'll be working with one in particular that I've been looking at is 4 Stars Farm out in Western Mass. They have different varieties of hops that we'll be looking to purchase from them. I haven't been as familiar with the grain that's available within the state, but I know for sure we're going to be using a lot of hops.
All right, that's great, because I don't think there's a percentage that's required, so
There isn't.
it gives you some leeway there to kind of learn it as you go, as you ramp up. And you mentioned earlier that you're not going to be selling growlers to go, or you're not going to be selling to like local retailers. So, but is that maybe a plan down the road, you think, as you get up to speed?
So I think our hope is that all of the beer that we're making on site is sold within the tap room. That being said, I think it's nice to also have some kegs available in local restaurants, if that's something that is of
Right.
interest to some local establishments.
Okay.
We don't have a canner or a bottler, so right now we're not looking to go that route.
Yeah, it's a big cost to ramp that up. So it's nice to see that you're going to offer food. I think this type of establishments should always have some type of food, so that's great. And you mentioned no entertainment at all, not even music or anything, like a jukebox or anything like that?
So we might have music over speakers, but
I
no
see.
live entertainment.
Okay. All right. And let's see, just one last thing. For smoking, are you going to have a dedicated smoking area outside where people can, would that be in the front or in the rear?
It would be in the back.
In the back, yeah. Okay, that's safer, especially in the wintertime with
Yep.
standing next to the road. All right. I wish you success, you and your family. Sounds
you.
like you're ready to go, so I wish you the best.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Select Board Member Bennett. I'm sorry, Bernard.
That's okay, you got the bees going. All right.
Jumping over you again.
Dave, I like Twisted Fate Brewing, I like the name.
Thank you.
And I think you did a great presentation.
Thank you.
Very interesting what I'm hearing, like brewing. I know some people that do some brewing themselves. And I love seeing the family involvement. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great. So you answered some of the questions I had earlier. How many vats will you have running at any one time? I'm assuming 8 to 10 because of the pours?
So we have 7 fermenters.
7 fermenters?
Yep.
Okay. And I think you'll get a lot of crossover traffic from the data center, although you almost lost me at the no live music part of it, but I'll forego that. I don't have any other questions. I'm excited to have a microbrewery in town. I think a lot of us have asked for and looked for it at various locations, so I wish you luck, and I'll now, this is a public hearing, so I'll ask, does any member of the public wish to speak to this application? Seeing none?
Close the public hearing?
Motion made to close the
Second.
public hearing? Seconded? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. I'll entertain a motion about the application.
Make a motion to approve the application as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any other questions by the board members?
Can I
All-
make a suggestion?
You may.
If you're gonna make beer to go to other establishments, call it Danvers Porter,
There you go.
and they can promote it. That's
Any other
almost-
questions or comment on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
All right. The town clerk will request the board vote to approve the new precinct boundaries written description in accordance to the 2020 federal census. Town clerk, please.
Thank you. Hopefully, this is the last motion that we'll need on the new precinct lines that'll take effect on December 31st. I've provided you with an additional copy of the map. The map is the same as the map you approved on the 19th. What I'm providing you with tonight is the written descriptions of the boundary lines, which we worked with the Secretary of State's office and town engineering to come up with the written descriptions. So we just need a motion for you to approve the written descriptions.
Any questions by board members? I'll just leave it as a free-for-all. Anybody have any questions about this?
I
Yep.
just read through precinct 1. That was pretty, that was the one I'm familiar with, and that's, it's kind of like a, kind of a maze here, but,
You need a compass.
yeah.
Yeah.
It looks good.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Board members, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept the revised written legal boundary descriptions in accordance with 2020 precincting plan, the town of Danvers is presented by the town clerk.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think this is the farthest we've gotten in a meeting without having the town manager chime in, but I think this will make up for it now. So the board will review the warrant for the November 15th, 2021 special town meeting. Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had to run out and tell the applicant that I'm both a home brewer and a former wrestling coach, and I have a feeling he'd beat me in a wrestling match and make better beer than I've ever made. So I appreciate the opportunity to present with the team the warrant tonight for our November 15th special town meeting that's coming up. We have Rodney Conley, our Director of Finance Administration, in the back of the room. Aaron Henry, our Director of Land Use and Community Services, is joined by David Fields, our Director of Planning and Economic Development. And in the audience is Lou George, who is wearing, I guess, multiple hats tonight. He's both a member of the Planning Board that reviewed this warrant last week and a petitioner who will have a chance to speak to the citizens petition that he submitted prior to the closing of the warrant. And I think if, with your permission, we'll get started. Aaron is bringing up a PowerPoint that we will use for the zoning-related portions of the warrant. I would invite Mr. Conley up to the microphone. You received a draft of the warrant explanation in your packets on Friday, containing the 18 articles that are being presented tonight related to the special town meeting. The first 3 are financial in nature, which is why Mr. Conley's here tonight. The first is an article that appears, the first 2 actually appear on most of our annual and special town meetings, and those are for unpaid bills from the prior fiscal year, as well as budget transfers that have been identified at the time of preparing for the town meeting. So I would turn it over to Mr. Conley if you'd like to talk to the board about the first couple of articles tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, so the first 2 articles, again, we have on pretty much every special town meeting. The first being unpaid bills. We have 5 unpaid bills from a previous fiscal year. As you may remember, a couple years ago, we made a concerted effort to really hold the line on the deadline to pay fiscal year bills, which is July 15th per Mass General Law. So as part of that, we've had a few of these pop up just by the nature of whether it's the business invoicing us later on, or the processing, or it goes to the wrong division. It happens. And when you have a tight window performing work by June 30th, turning around an invoice in 15 days can be difficult at times. So that represents those 5 bills. If there's any questions on those. And then number 2 is the budget transfers. We have 1 budget transfer that is from the debt interest line of $20,000 to the assessing operating. That's relative to, as you may remember, we've had a vacancy in our chief assessor position for several months. That's now been filled, but as part of that, we needed to bring on Patriot, who operates our CAMA software, to do some extra work on valuating some of our commercial properties. So there's a cost associated with that, as well as some appraisal work on some cases we have at the ATB right now that we wanted to get our own appraisal on to back up our Board of Assessors justification.
Any questions on the warrant article?
Yeah, I have a question about the, can you just delve in a little deeper on the assessments? Because that's been a sore point for some town meeting members in the past, or actually last year, that especially 2-family homes and 3-family homes they seem to be over-assessed. And I believe is that a role that's played by Patriot Properties? Do they do the actual assessments?
I will, I won't weigh in on the 2-family discussion. I'll leave that to the chief assessor when he appears for the tax classification hearing.
Okay.
But yeah, it's an internal role. Patriot may go out and review some information, but all of that is loaded in by our team and reviewed by the Board of Assessors each year.
So is that like a double check? You're checking their work?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So if the board is amenable, in years past, we have listened to the, each of the warrants.
We have one more quick one.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, good.
And then voted, we'll vote first on all three of the special meeting warrants together, and then we'll vote on the bulk of them together, unless the board wishes to vote on each individually.
This year, I might like to try the individual approach, because there's some that need some vetting, perhaps. or
Okay.
Perhaps not, so.
So in the past, and I'm happy to do so.
I know in the past we've pulled them
In the past,
out.
we've pulled them separately,
Yeah,
but if you think you want to do that, I'm
Yeah,
fine.
there's not that many.
I'm just
It's
looking for the
not-
direction of the board.
Yeah, it's not
Okay,
9
we'll do that.
o'clock yet, so.
Do we
I think
start
it's
now?
fine.
So do I
Well,
have a motion
so-
on,
Well, let's do these first three that are non-controversial.
and then do them,
and then
do
go-
those three as one vote? Okay,
Yep,
that's
if
fine.
that's okay with you?
I'm fine with that. I'm looking for the will of the board. All right, there is another warrant under the special town meeting. Please.
Thank you. And so Article 3 is the Transportation Network. You may remember this from last fall special town meeting. So annually we receive funds that are charged to rideshare services such as Uber and Lyft. A portion of that stays with the state and a portion comes back to the community. The funds are restricted and can only be used for some type of transportation purpose. So historically, over the past 3 years, almost historically, we have used it towards our senior transportation revolving fund. So that's the recommendation again this year.
Any questions on this article?
So
You,
what was
please?
the state portion?
I do not know, but I can find that information out for
Yeah,
you.
that would be nice to know. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
All right. So this is money that the state gets from these rideshare companies, and then they pass it along to the town.
Yeah, so it's a formula base. We get a certain percentage of each trip that originates in Danvers.
So it's the ones that originate in Danvers. So this is kind of why the gig economy doesn't work so well. Everybody wants a piece of the action. So you got Massport, Commonwealth, Danvers. That's why the drivers aren't making any money, I think. All right, thank you. That's all I
Any
have.
other questions on this article? By the way, just so I perceive this, as you described, it to be not dissimilar to the meals tax or the hotel tax, where the state gets the money, then apportions it out based on utilization in the town, in the specific cities and towns. Do they do the same for taxis? Is this unique to ride shares, or, they do? They do. I'm seeing a nod over here for people not seeing it on camera, that there is a taxi version of this.
No.
No.
No, this is unique for rideshare.
Oh, it's unique for rideshare. Okay, interesting. Very good. So, as we discussed, I'll entertain a motion on these three articles of the special town meeting
A motion to pass Articles 1, 2, and 3 as presented.
with a favorable or?
Favorable, pass it on with a favorable.
Motions are made to pass this on with a favorable recommendation for all three, and I heard a second.
Second.
Is there any question on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, could we
Yeah.
take number 18 out of order?
Yes, thank you for the reminder. We would like to take a citizens petition out of order, so it is currently number 18. We appreciate citizens petitions and hearing about them, and while I'm sure some citizens would like to wade through the entire warrant discussion, yeah, I think it's only right that we bring the citizens petition forward first. Is someone going to introduce the language and then ask to speak to the applicant? Or do we just jump right in?
I think, I can tee it up for Mr. George, but the last article in the warrant is a citizen's petition. As we offer every year, when citizens have petitions in mind, we encourage them to share the language that they're pursuing with us, so that we can make sure that if a proposal is going to succeed or fail, it does it on the merits and it doesn't necessarily fail on a technicality. So the proponent did share the language, so the box, the article itself, our legal counsel has reviewed, and the motion language down below, because there's a borrowing component to this article, we also asked bond counsel to look at language pertaining to the borrowing as well, again, so that if the petition is successful at town meeting, it's implementable, because there have been times in the past where a citizen's petition has been filed, and based on the wording of the petition, it's been unenforceable. And we want to make sure that citizens who take the time to pursue this are given a fair shot at the town meeting. So with that, I would turn it over to Mr. George to describe what he's here to discuss tonight.
Thank you. If you'd like the lights on, you're welcome to it. It's up to you, Mr. George.
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
All right.
So, thank you very much. My name is Louis George. I live at 57 Park Street. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 1. And among other boards, I'm on the Preservation Commission as well as on the Planning Board. But I'm here on behalf of the citizens petition related to acquiring, relocating, preserving, and most importantly, saving the 1868 former Danvers Depot building, also known as the Plains train station. As this board might be aware, the Preservation Commission found in July that the building was historically significant and worthy of preserving. So there is a one-year demolition delay that's currently in effect. There was a demolition permit that was pulled, but under the town's demolition delay bylaw, the demolition was delayed for 1 year, so that expires in July. So this citizens petition really is what I see is really the last opportunity to save this very important structure in the town of Danvers. It's my understanding as well that as a citizens petition, this warrant moves forward directly to the Finance Committee. And so we're planning on giving a full presentation at the Finance Committee on Thursday. And just one note as well, just with respect, and I just asked the select boards with respect to this, just in terms of the placement on the warrant as well. So it's my understanding, and again, the language here based on consultations with bond counsel, that there's a 2/3 vote that's required for this. And so I was just going to raise, it's my understanding that when a similar warrant was at town meeting in 2016, it was not at the end of the town meeting. So I'm wondering whether or not it is possible to relocate the warrant to perhaps earlier in the evening, so that just because that would be consistent with what was done when this went before town meeting in 2016. And again, it would help avoid this, I see a very important warrant article from being at the very end of the evening, considering it also requires a 2/3 vote.
Mr. Town Manager, if I'm not incorrect, and I may be, I believe that in 2016, this was a selectman's warrant.
It was a citizen's petition.
It was also a citizen's petition. Could you speak to the placement on the warrant?
Sure. The warrant is typically assembled in consultation with the town moderator. The town moderator has the discretion at a town meeting to take an article out of order. These booklets were printed after consulting with the town moderator, so they've already gone out to all the town meeting members. My suggestion would be to reach out to Pat Fraser and discuss that with her. She may be very amenable to that.
Okay.
But ultimately, it's her discretion on the floor of town meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good.
Is there any more description you'd like to offer before I open it to the board, sir?
No, as I said, we'll be presenting fully at the Finance Committee on Thursday. But again, if the board has any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just, is FinCom on Thursday or on Saturday?
Thursday.
What's on Saturday?
Nothing this, so I should have mentioned that in the intro. So the Finance Committee will be meeting Thursday, the 4th, to review the warrant.
Okay. I guess I had it wrong in my calendar.
And we had initially thought about having the workshop for the zoning, for the town meeting members on Saturday the 6th, and that's being held on the 13th instead. So there's nothing this Saturday. So
And what time does FinCom start, please?
7 p.m.
And the location?
In this room.
Okay. I will be,
Correct.
I'm
The
sorry?
location?
Yeah.
I believe FinCom's here, and the workshop will be at the Holton Richmond Middle School on the 13th.
Board members, I will be here to represent the board at that meeting, but every member is welcome to attend and participate.
For which one, the finance? or the
I'll be
workshop?
at FinCom on Thursday.
Okay.
And
We had that question last time, too.
No, we verified the workshop will be held in the Holton Richmond Middle School.
And the workshop is the 13th at Holton Richmond?
That's what he
Thank
said.
you. Okay, that's what I had. Okay, that's why I was confusing it. Thank you. All right, at this point, I will open it up to board members. I think, I'll start with Selectman Bennett, who presented this to us a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of meetings ago. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I have very little to say at this time. It's a citizen's petition signed by citizens. It's been verified the signatures, and it's to move forwards to FinCom and town meeting, with or without our endorsement.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the work of Louis George, who stands in the wonderful shoes of his father, who was one of the true statesmen of the town, and Richard Trask, who is one of my heroes. And this article is really important to them, and I respect that. And I think that we have been discussing this train station for several years now. I drive by it almost every weekday morning going from my house to the YMCA, and it's falling further and further and further into disrepair. The 1.3 million, or whatever amount of money it is that is being sought, 1.2, we don't have that in the budget now. I don't think it should be in the budget. We have properties that we are attempting to keep up with and to maintain. The Carriage House, the Town Hall, 12 Sylvan Street across the way here. And I'm sorry to say that I guess our support doesn't really mean anything. It's still going to go to town meeting. But I can't support it because it is an expenditure of money that I don't think is warranted. And frankly, I think that it would probably cost more than $1.2 million. I have consistently pleaded with the proponents to go and talk to Warren Buffett and Bill Gates and all of the foundations all over this country that get oodles of money to invest in, hoping that they could find some foundation in, who likes trains, who likes old buildings. And still, I don't know where it would go, what it would cost for the town to maintain it, and what use it would be put to that would be a reasonable public or public-private use. And so, as much as I respect the proponents, and I truly do, I would not support this because I don't think the expenditure is warranted or available from any available budget monies at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Duggan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I rise in support of this warrant article. I'm working with Mr. George in educating town meeting members about some of the questions that my fellow board member Mills just raised in terms of where it will go, how it will be funded in the long term going forward. And so that's an education process, and I've gotten some very good feedback from several dozen town meeting members that I've already spoken to over the past week. This reminds me very much of a citizen's petition that I created back in 2006 for the rail trail, when there was very little support for the rail trail from town hall or people that lived along the trail. And I found that over time that good ideas never go away, but the opposition to them does. And so it's all about the perseverance. Mr. George, working with Dick Trask, Sandy Lane, we're really making some progress, I feel. So it feels different this time than it did 5 years ago. So I'm hopeful that people will realize that without the Community Preservation Act or other sources of funding that would have made this effort much easier, that at the end of the day, this is a piece of history that's very valuable, and that residents in the future will look back and think that we really did something noble in saving this structure. It's worth saving, and we see other stations like this in other communities that have been preserved and put to good use and actually turn out to be revenue producers. So this thing won't be a museum. It will be, the hope is that it will be leased out to a private entity, and the money that's being, the town meeting's asked to authorize will in the long term be an investment and not just money thrown away. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bernard.
Mr. George, you've done a great job, and as my other board members have said, history is very important to this town. I think it is a big price tag, so I do understand that. I'm torn with this. I want to do a little bit more research and see where it lays, with the FinCom.
Thank you. Anything else?
Nope,
You all set?
that's it.
All right. I'm in a position where I am torn between my personal affiliations, my emotion for the history of Danvers, but I have to lean on my fiscal responsibility as a select board member. That's why I was hired. That's why I was elected. The issues I have with this, and I'll raise them again, and hopefully I raised them before. I hope raising them now offers you the opportunity to be able to answer some of these questions that would make me feel comfortable voting for this, because at this point I am not favorably. First of all, your narrative describes the fact that the narrative and the motion describes not only the moving and relocation, but also the restoration. You talked about saving this and preserving this, and I'm looking at this and asking you to explain how you came to the $1,200,000 estimate, and if it's a value. The town did rudimentary estimates 5 years ago.
That's right.
When this went before the town meeting, and the cost was exceeded that then. So how is it you've come to, before I can vote something and presume that the cost will be 1.2, to actually move, relocate it, land it on a nice site, all the site prep, everything that has to happen, all the amenities be there, and restore the building? I'd like to know how you came to the estimates.
Okay. Well, the estimates came to originally, I believe, in 2016 is when the town came up with the figure. I believe the figure was in the range of the $750,000. And then, and so, as Mr. Bennett explained at the select board meeting in September, through in terms of looking at construction estimating tables from over the passage of time, in the 4 to 5 years interim in terms of construction costs, that was the amount of 1.2 was reached based on that.
And I could understand that, all things being equal, but since that 5 years ago, or 6 years ago when the estimates happened,
Yes.
the train station has deteriorated even further, including having a fire. So I don't think you can extrapolate cost of living or cost of construction rises over the years to be a accurate predictor of what's going on. So I'm suspect about that cost. The successful passage at 2016 relied and was, the linchpin of that was we were going to get state funding.
Yes, I understand.
It was passed only, and in that language it said, with the understanding we would get state funding. It was the town didn't have the appetite to accept the responsibility for this without a known funding source. The town meeting members didn't want to absorb this as a town meeting cost without that knowledge. And I understand I'd love to be able to save this, restore it. But you're presenting a couple of things, or I'm not sure which of the two of you said it in which of the meetings, it might have been tonight, one of you saying it, that it would be leased out to a third party. That's new information. There were, at the time, 5 years ago, different plans. Some of it would be to lease a portion of it, some of it would be restore and use it as a quasi-museum about the history of rails in Danvers. And so it's not here in the narrative, it's not here in the motion that there would be a third-party lease. So to me, that's a piece of information that's good to know without details of knowing it. And it would be the town, the administration and the body that would determine the use of that building. And so I'm concerned, it's not here, so we're not married to that. And I'm sorry, I'm pointing to my electronic version of the warrants. It's not here, we're not married to that. And if the comment came out, I'd be making these same comments about that. I believe we need a funding source. The other concern I have is that the town has in the past for good reasons, often emotional, saved buildings that then they become responsible for. And these are older buildings that are deteriorating, and we need, as a town, to keep them up. And a perfect example is right across the street, the former senior center, the former food pantry location. There's upkeep that has to happen every single year. We don't expect that to bring in income, obviously. We take on the social responsibility of using that site. However, there's going to be some pretty large capital improvements to that building, along with the annually we do certain things. So moving the train station, relocating it, and we all have ideas of where it would be, and we presume it would, I guess I'm going to presume it would still fall to the the Hobart lot and become ingrained with the rail trail, which would be lovely. I can see that vision in my head. But without a source of income that at least supports the fact that that building's there and needs maintenance, I don't want to buy into not just the $1.2 million, but some added annual cost. This is the fourth or fifth bite at this apple, and I appreciate it. And good, well-intentioned, experienced, educated people have really tried. We've had a lot of fundraisers in the past. We've had T-shirts, we've had postcards, we've had a lot of ways that we've tried to, and those groups have pursued every grant opportunity and pursued every historic organization funding sources that they have tried without fruition. So I'm not sure we can expect anything past this prologue, and I don't think we can really expect that there's going to be a magic pot of money if it's not the state, and that I see this as a debt that will be wholly incurred by the taxpayers of the town. Those are my concerns. Those are my, I'd love to have answers that assuage those, but I don't. And then sitting at this seat, I have a fiscal responsibility to the taxpayers. So that's my position.
Yep. I appreciate your concerns, and I do want to just add in terms of with respect to in terms of, I know that you've mentioned also before with respect to even like a business plan for the property as well. I think that the select board, as the custodian of the property, ultimately would have the authority to appoint a subcommittee, for example, that could create a business plan for the property, and then ultimately that could, in terms of, you could help guide the future of the property. The idea would be, as was mentioned earlier, that this would be an income generating property. The town, it's my understanding that the town's, ability to borrow, that its financial position is strong. And really, this does come down to, I know that there have been prior efforts at this. This is the last gasp. This is, the demolition permit has been pulled. The demolition delay, has been put in effect. Walking to the site in July at a site visit, there was a dumpster there. So this is ready to, so when July happens, there's a very strong possibility that this will, come down. So it certainly, with due respect to your position, obviously Judge Mills' position as well, I have great respect for your positions. We believe that this is something that the town and through town meeting should do, and which was the impetus for the citizens petition.
And when this is presented at the FinCom at town meeting itself, I would be happy to hear that you will rely on the select board and the town administration to make the decision about how to utilize that building, as opposed to offering that it would be, the offer I heard today, or the discussion I heard today, was it would be rented out to a third party. I don't know that that has been made as a decision, and I think that you might want to shy away from an absolute that hasn't been affirmed yet. I don't know who said it, but I thought I heard it tonight.
I think Mr. Doug may have said. I'm not sure if we've actually. Yeah.
Okay.
The idea
I would just steer away from that as a supporting argument.
Correct.
And I think that, Select Board Member Duggan said this feels different than 5 years ago. I think he's right, but I actually think it feels less there's less opportunity because we don't have the state backing. And I realize this is the 11th hour, but this is the 11th hour of a 20-year clock. So I'm just concerned that the emotion will paint us into a financial corner And we will become the stewards of a building that then we have to spend a lot more money every year. After restoration, you still have to spend money on it. And so I'm concerned about not having the understanding of those costs as a select board member.
Understood. Thank you.
Is there anything else you'd like to offer? I should have said this at the outset. This is a selectman's hearing about the warrant, and I'll accept a selectman to speak first. But if any member of the public wishes to respond or act, I'm welcome to that opportunity. Please raise your hand if I forget to ask. And like that, there we go. Would you like to speak to this warrant article? As a town meeting member, you should ask the questions you would like to ask.
So Nova Samade, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. In regards to you suggesting that the citizens petition avoids saying that it would be a third party, as a town meeting member that will be voting, that's the only way that I will vote. I support this because I think that we need to spend money on things other than the absolute necessities in town. But the only way that I would support it is if it is rented out. I want this to be a money-generating project. I don't want it to be a museum. I want us to like maybe restore it so that the interior, so that people go to it. It's a cool restaurant. It's something other than just a building that we saved for no real purpose. I'm not interested in seeing attorneys' offices in it because whatever. That doesn't bring the public in to a building we saved because we think it's historically relevant. So I don't really want them to avoid that question about it being a third party because that's the only way I'll support it. That's all.
And I guess my fear with that is it will open a can of worms about discussion about obviously who has the right and control of that, and that would be the town administration and select board member. But when I hear restoration,
yeah,
I don't perceive just the outside of the building as being restored, the nice dental work, the nice painting, all the woodworking, period, perfect.
Correct.
I'm also looking at what's on the inside.
Yeah.
And there's gonna have to be a balance of old and new there
Yeah.
if we're going to rent it out. But I would want a balance, something that represents what it used to look like.
Yeah.
Not, not a restaurant that whose interior has no relationship to the building it's in.
Agreed.
So.
Agreed. But so I just.
And and don't get me wrong, I don't think this committee or this petition should define that or even have gone through that effort. They shouldn't, because that's going to come down to the administration doing some work.
I guess, yeah, I mean, that's true. It's just when it gets suggested that it's a museum, like, I'm not spending money on that.
And I think we discussed partial use.
Right,
And
okay.
partial third-party partial use, and then partial use.
Museum, yeah, okay.
Some restoration that reflected the interior of the building as it was.
Yes.
Not as a functional business. With
Could it
shelves.
not be both?
It could be. It could
I mean, could the space not be both?
It could, absolutely could be.
Yeah.
I
mean,
don't
this
want
is
the reliance
pie in the sky.
on income that we don't know will happen to be a
No.
argument in favor when that's still up in the air.
Agreed. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, I was reserving my comments for FinCom, and I didn't want to spill the beans tonight, but to her point, this building will be under the care, custody, control of the Select Board. And you, as chair, have the authority to put together a subcommittee of the Select Board with or without community input to develop a business plan. There's plenty of time to do so. To develop a business plan for a building that's sitting at Townsend Oil makes no sense.
Right.
It needs to be moved. And certainly, I, for one, can envision a restaurant use, as 150 other train stations in the Commonwealth are being used for. And any build-out would be under the guidance of the Preservation Commission for the use in that building. And anybody that the town chooses to lease it to, they would be expected to pay for or help pay for the build-out on the inside. That's very typical in a commercial building. It could be a professional office use. I mean, we have a number of people that have expressed an interest, but we're not going to say so-and-so wants to use this. Nobody wants to make a commitment till we move it.
I get it.
This is step one, is to get town meeting to approve it. Step two is to move it. Step three is to rehab, preserve it. Step four is to lease it out for revenue-generating use. And 20 years from now, somebody said, these folks had vision. They saved that building at the last hour before it got torn down. And that's why Mr. George went out and got signatures from citizens. And I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but I'm sure very few people declined to sign. There's a lot of interest. Some people said that CPA should pay for it, reminding them we don't have CPA, so wishful thinking.
We've got a few of those.
Yep.
But we'll discuss this more at FinCom, where they'll get a full vetting of it.
And that's fine. I respect you. Yes, you're right. We're not going to form a subcommittee until we know this is going
Right.
forward, obviously. And the last thing I want to happen in this whole exchange is for any of this to fall on Townsend. They've been
There's no-
excellent
right,
support
no.
of this effort for 20 years. However, they also are business people and own a piece of property that they've been trying to give to the town for 20-plus years. And so they should in no manner be considered an impediment to this. So,
Nobody's casting any aspersions.
I get it.
Absolutely
I'm just
not.
saying. Mr. Bradstreet. Sir.
Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I did sign the petition. I'd like to see the building saved. Obviously, the bottom line with everything in life is the bottom line, money. I'd like to think that if we can't provide all the money that's necessary, we could provide enough money to, might not be pleasant, take the building apart, save the pieces. I'm sure the town has a spot where they could store this, keep it as best they can when a proper location and enough money is found, donated, secured, even by Mr. Buffett. It could be reassembled correctly, parts that need to be replaced at that time, so that the end, and I don't know when that might be, yesterday or 5 years from now, that we would have a showpiece for the town that we could afford, and again, would bring in some money to help pay for as much of it as we could afford or someone can afford. I'd like to see it saved. My grandfather worked for the B&M for 50 years, so I think he'd like to see it saved too. But I would like to see it saved somehow, in whatever shape we can come up with. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sure he'll speak to it. I won't put words in his mouth, but Richard Trask has told me on several occasions that the dismantling and reassembling of a building is not, in his mind, restoration. He can speak to that when he gets to town meeting. The other thing, this is not just about $1.2 million borrowing this year. It's what it offsets. It's what other capital projects we now have to defer that we would use that $1.2 million for, that we've already been deferring for years. So it's not just borrowing, which we have the ability, we have the capability, we have the capacity, but we've also said as a board and as a town, an acceptable percentage of borrowing against our budget that factors into our bond ratings, factors into our financial planning. And so I don't want to get into if we do this, a school waits, because that's not fair. But it is a reality that something will wait, something will not go forward in the anticipated time because of this borrowing. I'm just looking on clarity on accuracy on the price to make me feel comfortable about that. Accuracy or at least some plan on what, we talk about a third party. Well, what could a rental be? What could that possibly be on that square footage? For what is rental prices going for? So if you tell me it will bring in $5,000, $10,000, $100,000, it won't be $100,000 with that square footage. It would be nice to have some estimate, even on basic square foot real estate commercial prices in town to understand what the opportunity is for income. And I'm hoping we can get answers that change my mind, because I don't want to vote against this, but I have a financial responsibility in this role, in this seat. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Are
Appreciate
there
it.
other comments people want to offer? Hearing none, thank you very much. I will entertain a motion on this warrant article.
It's a citizen position, do we need a vote?
I think we still send it with a recommendation. Do we not, Mr. Town Manager? It's going to move forward.
Yeah,
It has to move forward.
My recollection historically is that we have, when there has been a vote, we've provided that vote just as context for the Finance Committee. I came up with a 2-2-1 as I was listening to the board members discuss their position, but to the point that was made earlier, the Finance Committee will attach, their recommendation will be the main motion on the floor, irregardless of what the board does. But my recollection historically is that the board has voted on these, even though they don't have, it's not their warrant article. But it's certainly, that's not required.
Right.
That's the past practice. It's not a mandatory.
And our opportunities to pass a favorable, unfavorable, or no position. So I'll entertain a motion. Or not.
Make a motion that we pass it with no position.
Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to pass on FinCom with no recommendation.
No position.
No
Yeah,
position,
yeah,
no recommendation. So is there discussion on that motion? Did you have something, Matt? You lean forward.
Well, I'd rather move it with a favorable recommendation, so.
Well, you're welcome to make a amendment and see if that goes that direction. You don't. Well, he is. He's.
It's a
He
different
can make,
motion, I think.
he can make an amendment to that, but
It depends on your comfort level.
All right, well, I'll make an amendment to Mr. Bennett's motion that we forward this citizens petition with a favorable recommendation.
Is there a second to that motion? Hearing none, we'll return to the main motion, which is to move it with a no recommendation. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So it passes. It'll be forwarded. Good luck. See you Thursday.
Absolutely.
And hoping we can get some answers that help some of us find a path to clear this hurdle.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Appreciate the board's time.
Thank you. We will now return to Article, I'm trying to remember if we start renumbering. Is it 4?
yeah.
I thought we started renumbering afterwards, but okay. Article 4, Amendment to the Wetlands Protection Bylaw.
Mr. Chairman, if I may have the opportunity to make some comments and observations
On this?
on all these articles going
Certainly.
forwards. Thank you. So we depend very heavily on the planning board to vet these articles and send them back to us so we have a certain comfort level that the public has been adequately informed, had the opportunity to discuss and their input. But it appears to me from watching the tape of the planning board hearing of 10/26 that they actually did not have sufficient time to fully vet and hear some of these articles. In fact, they were not proponents of many of these articles, and one member stated they were not involved in developing these. Public input seems lacking given the meeting format and the hour of the hearing, i.e. 9:30 to midnight on that Tuesday. During the hearing, it was inferred that the select board approved the articles because we had closed the warrant. We did close the warrant, but that was to prevent any additional articles. That was not a vote either way to approve or eliminate. And nobody at that hearing clarified the fact that just our closing the warrant does not signify approval or disapproval. So, in my opinion, these were not fully vetted by the planning board. They didn't have adequate time. It was rushed. And as we go through these, I think we need to look carefully at some of the wording and the ramification and how it will affect the public at large. Thank you.
Thank you. If I might, before I go to the town manager, Do you know who made the comment that referred to our closing the warrant as a tacit approval? Because here's where I'm going. If it was a member of the public, if it was not a member of the board, if it was a member of the public, that is a comment the member of the public may make and perceive. There are often comments here at the meetings that we don't choose to correct.
There were very few comments from the public, and at some point in time, on the Zoom meeting, everybody was clicking out because of the time of the night. And I can't remember the time, but I'm fairly certain the comment was made by a member of the planning
Okay.
board.
Well, then maybe that correction should have happened if that were the case.
Correct.
But there are times that there are comments we hear that we choose not to correct because it only offers validity or not to the comment. I'm not sure anybody believes that a closure of the warrant is in any manner an approval of this committee because we go through this very step right after planning board. And I'll turn to the town manager, but all of these were discussed in public hearings. Now, we have in the past, depending on the subject, had larger educational opportunities, but I'm not sure that a public meeting is a public meeting, just, and open to anybody who wishes to be there when the process is formed, because it's formed in public. And grind it out, and sausage is made in the public eye. So I'll offer the town manager the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a couple comments, because I don't think it's fair for Aaron and David to respond. I just want to make a couple of observations. As we'll hear in a few moments, roughly half of the warrant that we're reviewing now actually went all the way through the process last year up to the Finance Committee prior to things shutting down for COVID. I'm aware of at least one planning board member who said that they didn't have time to review, but I believe staff offered, this material was provided to the planning board in the summer, and staff offered to sit with all 5 of the planning board members, and 4 of the 5 took staff up on that offer to ask all of the questions that they had. And I don't know if that's what Select Board Member Bennett is referring to, but as you'll hear momentarily as well, all of the warrant articles here, except for 17, were passed on favorably by the planning board last week. There was one article that was not, and that came off, as we'll hear momentarily. But 17, they had asked specifically be referred back to them for further study. The other articles were all passed on. With respect to the board's approval of the warrant per law as it pertains to zoning changes, the select board has to refer the items to the planning board so that they can then bring them back to the select board. And I'm not sure if that was the implication, that by suggesting that these be referred to the planning board, that was a de facto approval. But that's the process, is for the select board to send it at some point in the process back to the planning board so that they can then return it to the select board with recommendations.
So if I may, Steve, thank you. The original presentation of September, 6 of the 18 articles were holdovers. Now, 5 of those have dropped off or been combined, so I don't know what the actual number is. But initially, 1/3 of them only were holdovers, and the rest of them were coming through for the first time.
I would note 4 of the 3 financial articles and the 18th articles. So there are 14 articles in the sort of the body of the warrant.
Okay.
So roughly half of them were holdovers from last time.
Can I speak to or get some clarification on the process? Because the planning board, if the planning board agrees that they're not comfortable with an article, they can have the power to have it withdrawn?
I don't believe they can.
So, for example, the civic space and zoning district boundaries, there was a couple of planning board members that were uncomfortable with that language, and then, so staff withdrew it. Is that really something that's comfortable, that the select board would be comfortable allowing?
But did they withdraw it before the planning board voted their recommendation?
They didn't vote on it. They just they didn't like it, so they had it, I think they asked to have it withdrawn, or the staff withdrew it on their own.
Can I weigh in again? So, do you want to click to the next slide? The updated article, the civic space, based on feedback, offered preliminarily by this board and then by the planning board was to drastically narrow the scope of that article to just the town-owned parcels. The ones that were dropped, that's where, again, based on feedback from the select board and then by the planning board, the dwelling unit conversion, the multifamily, and then the TV came off of the warrant. So what's here are the ones that were forwarded by the planning board. One was modified, and then one, the recommendation is take no action, send it back to us for further study.
I think Article 17 was important, especially with that use variances. I think there were many town members that wanted to have an opportunity to vote on that. And now it's off the table, so.
Not off the table. So if I could, and I was explaining this briefly before the meeting, and we're jumping right to the conclusion, but the select board does have the authority on number 17 to accept the planning board recommendation and refer both aspects of it back to the planning board. Send it on to FinCom recommending approval of both aspects, meaning the development of the planned development and the elimination of use variances, or any combination thereof. You could recommend that the use variances be prohibited and the planned development process be sent back to the planning board. So this board has the authority. The ones that came off, there was clearly not support at this point from the planning board to do anything with it. And so in deference to the planning board, which has been a long-standing past practice, those came off. 17, on the other hand, the request was send it back to the planning board for further study. But this board does have the authority to move it forward if they decide to do so.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you.
And I realize that people want to speak to things, but if they've been taken out already, there's no reason to fight a battle that's not even present anymore. I realize people have strong opinions about some of these issues, and when the planning board does bring it back, if those are back in there, then I think we've heard that we'd want a lot more public presentation and education. You know, think about all the time we spent on the downtown zoning and how many public meetings we had, how many educational opportunities we had. Maybe this rises to that level. And I can appreciate that, and people can weigh in, but I think the planning board has already heard a lot of our concerns and other concerns and said, we need more review, we need more time.
Sure. All right.
So, is there any other mechanical or administrative issues people would like to get a handle on before we move forward? Then Article 4, amend the wetland protection bylaws.
I would turn it over to Messrs. Henry and Fields at this point.
Thank you, and again, we've had the slide up, but I'll just say quickly again what we were trying to highlight since we were last here before you in early September. We did an informal or preliminary review with the Finance Committee, again, extending offers to members to meet with us if they had particular questions or wanted to drill down in greater depth than the hearing or the meeting could afford. We've had several members take us up on that. We've postcarded town meeting members to also reach out to us and inquire if they had any questions. A few town meeting members have. I will say most of the conversations end well, meaning most of the articles are thoroughly explained and the people seem supportive at the end. To Mr. Bartha's point, we did have a very late night last week with the planning board. We saw the new day turn before we adjourned, but it did conclude with the planning board recommending favorable recommendations on Articles 6 through 17. Obviously, as shown on the slide here, Article 17, after a great deal of conversation, the preferred recommendation of the planning board was that that article be referred back to the board for further study. But all the other ones were recommended moving forward, in some cases with some modifications, as in Article 12 was the most significant article that saw amendments during the public hearing process. I will say before I dive into Article 4, I apologize with your indulgence, Mr. Trask. Just what's left between Article 6 and 17, truly new articles that were not holdovers from last year are Articles 13 through 16, floodplain, outdoor sales storage, display, inclusionary, and the EFLAs. And the genesis of those articles Floodplain, and we'll talk about that, that's a that's a requirement to maintain compliance with flood insurance program at the national level. That was not on our radar screen a year ago, but we think it would be very important to act on that as quickly as possible for those residents in town that need to maintain flood insurance. This is a necessity. Outdoor sales, storage.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me for interrupting. Can we perhaps save the description on the articles when we're discussing the articles themselves?
Sure, I'm happy to.
You may know, it's up to the chairman, I mean, just so.
That's fine. I mean, we generally start with a synopsis of high watermark changes, but, you know, how much more do you have, Aaron?
30 seconds. I just want to say those articles, the genesis of those articles were generally either need-driven or, in much of these, a board or committee requested that staff look into that. I know that evening there was a bit of confusion about where some of these articles came from. But for the most part, I mean, we as staff thought we had direction from a board or a committee to engage in the effort of reviewing and developing recommendations for the board. So with that context, I can jump into Article 4 did not go through the planning board because this is a general bylaw. And we have red line versions available if we need to pull anything up, although there's, you know, some of these will be a little harder to manage in that way. But Article 4 would amend the wetlands protection bylaw. We did a heavy edit last year at the first special town meeting in the fall. The Attorney General returned some comments on that article on language we didn't touch. And so this principal changes here are to address those comments that the Attorney General offered. And then while we had it, there was a couple of minor technical corrections that the commission wished to address. So we tackled those while we were there. I can't remember the date that the commission approved of this, but that was quite some time ago, probably towards the end of summer. So that was favorably recommended by Conservation Commission. And that's a general bylaw, so that's a 50% plus one vote at town meeting.
Would you do me the favor of, I don't know if other board members would like it, but I'd like to see the red line version. Just send it to me. You don't not show it tonight.
Oh, sure.
Send it to me. What we received as an attachment was not a red line version when the town manager sent us the agenda and document.
I'll make a plug right now, if that's okay. For town meeting members who receive their warrants, on the cover memo, there's a link. It's www.danversma.gov/townmeetings.
Got it.
And the offer, Mr. Bates took the town up on that today. Anyone who wants a hard copy of this can request them, and it'll be produced, but it's close to 200 pages, so we're not producing them unless they're requested. But all of the documents are on that subpage, and it's actually a button right on the front of the website.
Perfect. Guess where I'll go right now.
To that, actually, there are 2 broken hyperlinks on that page. I called Mr. Henry earlier, towards the end of the day, and he get back to me, unfortunately, because there are 2 broken links on that page.
What articles are broken?
Yeah, I have to go back and check.
So we'll take offline and ask that you could.
We'll make sure that those are.
Yeah, if you could let us know, that'd be helpful. Otherwise,
Yep.
I'm sure we can wade through.
Yep.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Article 5 is another.
Oh, we're going to vote on these individually?
Yes, we are. So I thought, are we done with that presentation?
Article 4.
Okay.
So I make a motion, we approve the wetlands protection
He's going to make the
bylaw?
motion, then so the motion's been made. Can we have a second? And then we'll open it to discussion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there discussion on this article, on the motion?
Yes, I'd like some clarification, please. I recall this went before the Conservation Commission, I believe, last year. Can you just talk about the increase of the no-build zone from 35 feet to 50 feet? And I have the no-disturb zone is at 35 feet. So the no-build and the no-disturb were the same?
Mr. Fields can handle that.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was told my microphone is not stellar, so I'll try to project. The change that's shown for this year was due to a typo from last year. It's supposed to be, so previously we had a 25-foot and a 35-foot limitation for building. We proposed to move that out to 35 and 50. The 50-foot was supposed to be cumulative, meaning everything from the wetlands edge to the 50-foot line. It doesn't read that way if you look at the line that's struck out.
Okay.
So the clarification was just, we received some feedback from the first applicant in that was measuring it incorrectly. We took a look and said, you're right, it doesn't say it the way we thought it was meant to, so. So the update would be to include the whole area from 0 to 50, and then a separate area from 0 to 35.
Okay. So
So the 50 overlaps the 35 area.
Right, so the no disturb stays at 35, and the no build is out to 50.
Yep.
Okay.
And right now, it sort of looked like it said 35 to 50, meaning 0 to 35 was not included.
Yeah.
That's not the case.
See, that's important, because the Commonwealth doesn't define what happens within the 100-foot buffer, and it's up to the town to figure that out for themselves. So the no build is important, because it's important to push it out further, because we see times where variances are allowed where building does occur in the no build zone. So it's kind of counterintuitive, but it happens occasionally. And so the whole idea is to kind of push that activity further away from the wetland itself. All right, and then on section 10 of chapter 29, that seems to be all redlined. It says any final decision by the commission may be appealed within, it says 60 and then 30 days. So was that replaced somewhere else? Was that moved?
So that's one of the paragraphs that came back from the Attorney General with a suggestion to strike. It cites basically the way to go to court, as far as we could tell from the AG's note, which is not a correct citation. So we didn't change that in the previous version. That was in there from, I think, 1988. Attorney General said, you have the wrong reference, please delete. So we're deleting it based on that
So the
feedback.
course of correction is not through MGL 249, section 4 is what you're saying, and so that's why the language is wrong.
Yes.
Okay. But so where does it say how the appeal process, or what the definitive time frame is? Is that defined somewhere else in 29?
Yeah, it's in the statute at the state level. So our bylaw, it doesn't need the redundancy to tell you how to appeal.
So it's in chapter 249
131?
or 230, but it's in Mass General Law.
Yes.
You don't have
Yeah,
to tell me
correct.
the
Sorry.
specific number. All right, so that was kind of a conflict there. Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions? If I remember, you did motion for favorable, correct?
Yep.
Thank you. So the motion is made to forward this with a favorable recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Article 5, please.
Article 5 is also a general bylaw. The name of it is the Demolition of Historically Significant Buildings bylaw, but we typically refer to it as demo delay. We talked a little bit about this earlier tonight. Really, we've been working with the Preservation Commission on updating it. This is something that was done in the spring through the summer. The largest change here is we did make some modifications to the procedure to clarify things. The Preservation Commission endorsed these changes at our meeting of last week, last Tuesday. But the biggest probably that the public would want to know about is changing the date from January 1st, 1915 to 100 years. So any structure over 100 would become an eligible property or an eligible structure for demo delay. So I'm not sure if there's specific questions, but again, Preservation Commission is happy with this version, and hopefully it's posted to the website.
Well, I'll entertain a motion and then open it to questions. I have some questions, but. go ahead.
Motion to pass Article 5 favorably.
Motion made?
Second.
And seconded. Do other members have questions? Sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a question about Section 5D. It talks about the commission deciding if, in terms of the demolition, that the applicant has done their due diligence in trying to find a solution short of the actual demolition through a sale or movement or somewhere along those lines. So it's up to the commission to decide if the applicant has done that due diligence, and that can reduce the 1-year waiting period. So, I mean, it's kind of a subjective decision, right? And it's based on just a couple of people. So is that how other towns employ this this waiting period, that they allow it to be short-circuited, so to speak?
Most communities that I'm aware of that have a demolition delay bylaw do afford property owners the chance to come back and truncate or eliminate the remainder of the demolition period. This is a feature that existed in the in the demolition delay bylaw prior to this proposal. So we didn't revisit that. I don't believe the commission wanted to eliminate that, but I do think it's a common element in most demo delay bylaws that we're aware of.
Okay. And then just one last comment about Section 6A, where it talks about the financial penalties for not complying with this bylaw. And so it says a fine of not more than $300 for each day in violation. And I think that's the state mandated limit is $300. But so, for example, if someone this weekend went down to the train station and demolished it against the wishes of the Preservation Commission, the most that activity would incur in a financial penalty is only $300?
There's also an additional clause that I believe what it says is the site can't receive a building permit for 2 years. So it's the fine, as you alluded to, and then on top of that, no building permit shall issue. So in the event of the train station, that's a bit of an odd one, not the normal situation, but say it was a single-family house. Clearly, if you ripped it down, you'd like to be able to put a house back. So the penalty of not being able to do so for 2 years is a pretty good one, if that's your end goal.
Yeah, but I think, thinking of another example that former Selectman Clark had shared with me in an area close to downtown where a house was destroyed or demolished on a weekend, and there's a parking lot there today. So a building permit really doesn't carry much weight in that situation. There should really be something more tangible, I think, in terms of preventing that type of activity. But maybe our hands are tied by this limitation of $300 a day.
And I think that the 300 is the limit in law for non-criminal disposition. I don't think anybody here tonight is qualified to speak to what a criminal disposition for a building-related violation would look like. But so that is the maximum under non-criminal disposition that we're allowed to levy.
Okay, all right, that's all I have, thank you.
Any other members? I do have a comment. I'm a little concerned about the rolling 100 years. That means in 25 years, Campanelli's in Woodville will be considered historical. Is that?
We discussed that at the meeting.
Did you?
Yeah, we did.
And what was the tenor of the discussion?
Stick with 100 years.
Okay, all right,
We had conversation on that. Thank you.
okay.
I mean, I would say on that, there was, and it wasn't a community we've worked in, but there was a situation where there was like a rather humble neighborhood, but they had experienced so much tear down activity that the Preservation Commission at one point in that community decided, like, well, that's the last one of those little cottages, and no one thought of them as anything special, but when you're down, when the inventory's gone and there's a scarcity issue, and who knows what the future, you know what I mean, in 20 years, 50 years.
Yeah, but there's a Russian axiom called your grandfather's axe. If your grandfather gives you the axe, and then the handle breaks and you replace the handle, it's still your grandfather's axe. And then the head goes and you replace the head. It's now a new axe with a new head and a new handle. Is it really your grandfather's axe? So in this case, if I have a Campanelli, which I lived in and I love it, and I think, you know, if you had a Campanelli with the refrigerator on the wall and the original the colors, yeah, that deserves to be in a museum. But at what point do renovations overcome the original development of the house? When do you say it's no longer a 1950s house because you've added a whole second floor, you've done whatever you've done to change that? When does the clock restart for a house that's had major rehab? If you put a second floor on a Campanelli house, it's no longer the 1950s Campanelli house. And I'm not picking on them because I think they're wrong. It's just an easy and obvious view. Dan?
We're losing sight of the fact that this demo bylaw is historically or architecturally significant. So at what point in time does the Campanelli Ranch become historically or architecturally significant?
And who makes that determination?
Preservation Commission.
Okay.
So it's a two-step process. So again, there's the initial pause and a finding is made on significance. So again, that may never be an issue for a very long time. And then, when those structures are deemed historically significant, then they advance to a public hearing, and then they're deemed either worthy of preservation or not worthy of preservation. So again, one would imagine for some time that the Preservation Commission will have an easy go of it for some of these structures, and then it'll start getting hard. But I'll be retired by then.
I was gonna say, it could be, maybe the annual town meeting in 2052 will freeze the date again.
Yeah, exactly, right,
Okay.
exactly.
All right, those are my questions. There's a motion on to pass this favorably. Is there any other discussion on the motion? And if I don't look up and someone has a hand raised, please yell out. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Article 6.
Great. So the rest are zoning articles and have gone through the planning board process and obviously will require a 2/3 vote. I suspect this one, we spent a great deal of time on at the planning board, at the final planning board hearing last week. And I suspect you guys will also want to discuss this in some depth. But really, this article started in 2020, and most of what's changing in this article was vetted through the process last year. The one thing that changed on this article from last November or last October to today was some staffing changes made such that we tried to clarify the roles of various administrative officials. That was inserted into this article, and that's where I think the planning board got a little hung up on that. So we're happy to take questions, but ultimately, the planning board did recommend favorably on this article.
So, questions or discussion on
Yeah,
our motion?
motion to pass Article 6 favorably.
I have a motion seconded?
Second.
Second. First, I'll go to the board. Board members, do you have questions?
Yep. I have questions.
Jump
So
in.
For section 2.2, the administrative officials talks about a building commissioner and a zoning administrator. Can you just expand on what those roles are, please?
Can you do it? Yeah. So, Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, generally names, unless the local bylaw names a different authority, the building commissioner or inspector of buildings is your zoning enforcement agent. 40A also contemplates a position called a zoning administrator. And in communities that have a zoning administrator, the Zoning Board of Appeals may, they do not have to, may delegate some of the Board of Appeals proceedings to the zoning administrator. Our current bylaw uses the phrase zoning administrator in a couple of its sections. It's never explained why that's there, how that got there is a little bit of a mystery to us because the position zoning administrator does not exist in the zoning bylaw generally. When we had a recent staffing change, we decided that we were going to make some changes in how the enforcement was administered. We felt that the book needed to change with that. So what we are explaining in this article is the building commissioner and what his role is in zoning enforcement and interpretation, and the zoning administrator. And that zoning administrator would be named the enforcement agent under 40A. We are not proposing it this time or any time in the future, unless the Zoning Board of Appeals requests it, that we use the zoning administrator to defer or defray any of the work that the Zoning Board of Appeals does. That said, we're using that phrase because it exists already in the bylaw, and that's probably the official that would, it just seemed to make more sense to use that term. And at this point, that bylaw basically is trying to clarify that administrative process in those positions.
Okay, so I see a conflict here. So for example, if an applicant wanted an appeal and a decision, could the decision be negative from a building inspector or a zoning administrator? And if so, then how would the applicant know which decision to appeal? For example, in the past, it would be the building inspector who found a violation, and so it was very clear on, on
And that can still
appealing.
happen as drafted.
Okay.
So again, and we anticipate the overwhelming number of zoning complaints or investigations will be handled by the building commissioner. That most issues are pretty straightforward. Most zoning interpretation issues are pretty straightforward, and we can hope and expect the building commissioner to continue to play a huge role in that. I think when things get complicated and gray, such as in the new downtown zoning where it's pretty complicated and it's not kind of traditional, easy peasy, is it 20 feet setback or what, we wanted that to be bumped to a second party so that we can have a little bit of a conference and a powwow on that. And again, over the last couple of months, I think we've seen maybe a handful, 4 or 5 of those where Mr. Butler has said, I think it's this, but I'm going to talk to my colleagues upstairs. And then we have a conference about what his interpretation is. And to date, we've agreed with the building commissioner's office on all of their interpretations. I want to say there's been probably 4 or 5 enforcement actions requested, and every time we've backed the building commissioner's interpretation.
So when you say bump, what role does it bump to? So the building commissioner is responsible for being at the ZBA, interpreting the law, making sure everything is sound and solid. But when there becomes a point of needing clarity, or there's a discrepancy or an interpretation by an applicant or their representative, and David, the building commissioner in this case.
Jim.
I'm sorry,
Mr.
Jim.
Butler, yep.
Jim, the role of building commissioner says, I'm not sure. I can see that there is some gray area. We need to bring this to the next level. What is that role that you're saying is the next level, and who is currently filling it?
The zoning administrator
Okay.
would be that official.
Very good. I
And-
just wanted to get the terminology down right.
And-
But currently, that would be David Fields.
Yeah.
That would be the
And-
director. of
David Fields, right. That's where I was getting the David from.
And I think, just to be clear, when Aaron is talking about the we, I think this is the direction that, when Mr. Maloney left, this is the direction that made sense in part,
Right.
as Aaron started to allude to, 99 out of, so Mass General Law, Section 7, says very explicitly the building commissioner has the authority to interpret and enforce the zoning. And that is repeated in the section that's being advanced at town meeting in a couple of weeks. What's new is the reference to the fact that we have a person, our director of planning, who was involved with the writing of the complex downtown zoning that we're referring to, so that in the 100th scenario, right, again, the 99, the vast majority of zoning is resolved at the counter in the building department. You come in with a question, it's straightforward. Is the box checked? Is it not checked? Mr. Henry referenced a couple of issues since Mr. Butler started in May where, again, we're passing new zoning in our downtown, which has design guidelines, which has nuanced requirements in terms of densities and what triggers what. And this creates consistency between the planning and the zoning functions. The planning department writes these complex requirements into the bylaw that is approved by town meeting, and we want to ensure that there's consistency in how that plays out. Since May, they've been in lockstep on all of those decisions, so this is
No,
trying
it's,
to-
I understand, so it's a check and balance. It starts first with Jim, who
Correct.
is there to enforce the zoning that has been written and does so well. However, if an applicant or their representative says, well, you're misinterpreting it in some manner, the applicant and the applicant's representative don't trump that position, they don't trump Jim's position as building commissioner. However, if that ambiguity happens, it goes to the zoning administrator, who in fact is the author or the person who helped author the content, which is to say, just like the Supreme Court does, is what was the intent of the author? Well, we're going right to the author or the face, the leading person of that change. So if there's a question about, and I'll just put, it's the white elephant out there in the room, is it a drive-through? Is it a pickup window? Okay. When you write zoning laws, you may not be able to get all the intended language that is so tightly defined that it clears all opportunity for unintended consequence. Here's a case where if the building commissioner in that role said, I see it this way, and the applicant or the representative said, I see it that way, it goes right to the source of the zoning law and the intent that was meant.
But to be
Can
clear,
I just ask something? Like, why is it being changed, I guess?
It's not, it's being codified.
so the role of the building commissioner
Right.
stays the same.
Okay.
The building commissioner, per Mass General Law, has the authority to interpret and enforce the zoning bylaw, and the building commissioner is the only person who works for the town who can issue building permits. So if a plan is not compliant with zoning, Mr. Fields cannot issue a building permit, Mr. Henry cannot issue a building permit, only Mr. Butler or his assistant, Tim Hudon, can issue a building permit. What has changed is as zoning has become more complex, the model that's now being introduced where you have your director of planning. In many communities, you have a planning and zoning commission. Outside of Massachusetts, that is already basically the standard. You're seeing in communities that are passing more progressive zoning, as we have been in Danvers since 2017, you're shifting some of that responsibility for interpreting some of and I'm using the term high-level zoning, but really what I'm talking about is the dense design guideline, mixed-use zoning with the density depends on other criteria being met. It's not the series of boxes and tables that existed in zoning books in the 1970s where it's either a P for permitted or an X for prohibited. It gets very complicated. And to be clear, Section 2.3 says very explicitly, in the event of a discrepancy, the zoning administrator's decision shall control. So in other words, if there is a disagreement between, to use a real example, somebody comes into the building department and says, I want to do X. The building commissioner may say, I'm not sure, I think that's allowed. Mr. Fields or whoever's in that role may say, my read of the zoning is that it's not allowed. It doesn't end there. It goes to you can go to the ZBA, and so people have an opportunity to pursue permission, but it's forcing dialogue and it's creating consistency in how this plays out. But ultimately, because I heard the question asked, just to be very clear, what it says here is, if there's a jump ball in that 100th scenario, the director of planning is going to be able to say yay or nay, at which point it can be appealed.
And I think, again, it's one last thing, and I tried to reiterate this last week with the planning board. I don't know if I did a good job. I mean, we're proposing this because we think it improves customer service. We don't, I think, I'm not quite sure, we don't propose any of these things because we just feel like it. We think that this is provides us the opportunity to provide better service to abutters, to developers, and clarifies everyone's roles a little bit. So that, again, we're not doing it because we think this guy's needs all the power in the world. It's really because at the end of the day, we think that this is an opportunity to move customer service ahead.
Because in fact, when a person comes before the ZBA, and I've said this before, what they're in fact asking is, I should be exempt from the law, because the ZBA is zoning law. It's ratified by the Attorney General. It is law. And someone's saying, I should be exempt from this because of these conditions. Often valid conditions that we couldn't have anticipated when writing the zoning bylaws. What this is saying is, if there's a question on whether it's a law or not a law, or if it's allowed in the law or not allowed, let's get validation. This zoning is meant to say X, Y, and Z. And while we may not have defined the difference between a drive-through and a pass-through, a drive-through and a pickup, the law was intended to say X. Therefore, the ZBA will say, I am going to grant a waiver to the law in that regard. And so this is a check and balance that allows for that to happen. Because often we've seen applicants offer their interpretation of the zoning, which may or may not be accurate. And this validates what the intent was. So that's how I read it.
Maureen,
Did other people have questions before I turn it over to the audience?
Yeah, I have some
Okay.
additional comments. So the last thing we want in our bylaws is ambiguity or gray areas, because the applicant will leverage that opening and pursue the reason of appealing. And that's why I asked earlier, the applicant is appealing the building commissioner or the zoning administrator, and it sounds like the answer is it depends. But I think the key is, at the end of the day, that everyone, the staff needs to be on the same page.
If I could just clarify, I didn't mean to imply it depends. The process starts in the building department. 99 times out of 100, it's a question that either Jim or Tim is going to answer at the counter, and it's all set. There are going to be instances where they may not be sure, or they may want to consult with David and have a second, person to discuss with. Since May, so I'm doing the math, in the 6 months that the model has been in place, and we hired Jim into that model, it's worked beautifully. There's been no discrepancy. Where there could be ambiguity is where there's disagreement. So what's implied here is that there needs to be a functioning working relationship between the building department and the planning department in order for this to work. But the ambiguity is cleared up in the same section, which says, in the event of a disagreement, the zoning administrator has the final say. So an applicant can't go before a board and say, well, the building commissioner said yes, but the zoning administrator said no, so now I'm coming to you to be the arbiter. They'd be coming and saying, the building commissioner believed the answer was yes, the zoning administrator, who has the final say, said no, I'm asking you to agree with me that it should be yes. So that I guess that, I don't think that's ambiguous. I actually think that makes it pretty clear. And again, they're words on paper, but you have to think about in practice. In practice, for 6 months, it's been working well, because Jim and David have been collaborating with each other on some of these issues when they come up.
And then just one last thing. So you referenced Section 7 earlier, and so there's also a Section 13 that talks about the role of the zoning administrator. And when I first read it, I thought that the bylaw was attempting to supersede the Mass General law, and actually, the Mass General law says that if there is a local bylaw, then that takes precedence. And so, I think I have a different viewpoint on it now that I kind of reread that. So,
Could I hate to keep jumping in, but I want to elaborate too. Oh. You referenced 13, which Mr. Henry also referenced, and to be very clear, that section talks about the ZBA being able to delegate power, and that is not a proposal today, and that's not a proposal at any point. So the powers of the ZBA are codified and intact and will not change based on that section. It's just making reference to the fact that the position exists.
All right, I'm all set. Thank you.
Questions yet? Mr. Mills?
Thank you, Ken. There's just a little bit of my own history. When I started practicing zoning, the zoning bylaw in Danvers was 16 pages long, and it was a 6x8 booklet you could fold over and put in your back pocket. I wouldn't want to carry one of our current zoning bylaws across the street. I'd probably pull my back out. And when I was a kid, Neil Driscoll, the doctor, would come over and do everything in the kitchen of 123 Collins Street. Today, I go to the Mass General and I'm sent to 17 different specialists who bill Medicare $40,000 or $50,000 to keep me going. I'm just saying, boy, have things changed. Now, among other things, when I got this warrant booklet to review as far as zoning stuff, I try to be very careful. I taught zoning for 26 years. I did zoning for a long time, and you've all heard me say how old I am tonight. In addition to that, I've been a lawyer 52 or 53 years, and I have been reading the state Supreme Court advance sheets for 53 years on criminal law and zoning law, because those are my interesting fields. When I first read this, this proposal for modification, the administration section of the bylaw, I said, what the hell is this? And then I had to remember, things have changed since I was a kid. So I looked at it very carefully. I had many of the same questions that, that Matt has raised tonight. I'm now convinced, looking at this, that it's a whole lot more complex than I wish it were. The zoning bylaw is a whole lot more complex that I wouldn't want to start practicing zoning law after being 20 years out of the business, because it would be a real chore to reinvest and get myself back into it. Bottom line, I have reviewed this. I have reviewed it with David and Aaron. I reviewed it with the town manager. I have tried to listen to everybody carefully. I think this is good. And if in a year or two it needs to be modified, well then unfortunately we're going to have another modification and a proposal to the town meeting. I think this is good work. I think it works now. And I also want to say, I've worked with a lot of zoning people, a lot of planners in my life, and I'm really very high on Aaron and David. I think they do great work, and I have read some of David's summaries of different zoning matters in Danvers, and I'm saying, wow, I wish I could write like that. And the final thing is, I have always been troubled in the last 10 years of the lack of professional law guidance to the zoning board and the building inspector, not to what someone might think would be nice. Someone might think it would be nice to have this kind of building here or not. I remember when McDonald's was doing a modification to their Route 114 store down there some 15, it would have to be 25 years ago. I was practicing law. I was in this room at a zoning board meeting, and a member of the zoning board said, well, I don't really think that that's nice. Well, I erupted, and I interrupted the meeting, and I said, what do you mean you don't think it's nice? What does the law say about what is proposed? Never mind what you think is nice. Well, I think I got ordered out of the room. But my point is, I am an old lawman. I've stuck by the rules for all those years. I intend to try to stick to them until I die. And when I see kind of, which I felt in the last 10 years, a real weakness in the law input, especially into the grant of variances by the Danvers Zoning Board of Appeals, I said, are you kidding me? It isn't, are you kidding me? What do you think the law was designed for? It was designed so that all citizens would be treated equally and completely fairly in relationship to what they proposed as owners of land. And the neighbor has a right to have the zoning bylaw enforced to the adjoining land. That is a right. In any event, I have not been happy, and I see this as a step forward, and I think this makes me a whole lot happier that things are going to get more ordered in Danvers, especially as to the grant of variances or special permits. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, we do have public comment. Is there anything else before I open it up to the public? Did you have something you'd like to say, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tim Donahue, Precinct 4 meeting member. So I was taking a look at the bylaws, the proposals, and proposed 2.7, number 2, I'm going to read it. On the serving, it's violations. On the serving of notice of the zoning administrator to the owner of any violation of any provisions of this bylaw, a certificate of occupancy shall be required for any further use of such building or premises. I had to read this a few times, and I'm not sure I fully understand exactly what the implications could be. But from my understanding, let's say a family orders a shed and it gets placed on the wrong part of the building on the property line, it's a zoning violation. Would this be able to displace a family from their home because the shed was improperly installed or required a building permit that wasn't applied for? Or am I misreading this?
I can take that, or I can try to take that. So, I mean, in the event, the scenario that you're proposing, I don't believe there would be any reason to displace anyone for the shed instance. I think it would be more in the case of if there was a major violation within the residence itself.
Yeah,
I understand
so if I,
that's the intent of it. For like new construction, something like that with a gross violation, it makes sense. But the way this is written, is it possible? Because we are voting on a change of a bylaw.
But if the way I interpret this, Mr. Donahue, on the serving a notice by the zoning administrator for the owner of any violation of the provision of this bylaw, a certificate of occupancy shall be required for any further use of such building. So if the permit is on a shed or premises, but if the permit is on the shed, not on the house, on the shed, they won't issue occupancy. Obviously, that's not the case in the shed, but if you're building a second home or a second floor, if you're building a second floor on a house and that premise, there's a zoning bylaw qualification, you certainly wouldn't give them a certificate of occupancy for something that improperly built second floor. So, or premises, but its application is to the permitted, it's to the permit and what is being requested, not surrounding area. Not, so if you're building a garage with an EFLA above it, detached or not detached, it's not saying if the EFLA that's going above a garage is unsafe, yes, you won't issue a building permit. But it doesn't mean you're going to dispose people from the main house, which has almost no relationship to the permit itself.
Gotcha. But we get in here and we start talking about the plan and processes of pulling a permit earlier in this section up here. So it does say, excuse me for a second.
Sure.
The owner of any violation of any provision of this bylaw.
Right, but I think the important part of this is you're talking in the context of the permit. You're saying that you're pulling a permit for a second floor or an F-floor on your garage, you're pulling a permit for a second floor in your house, you're pulling a permit for a second house.
Yeah.
Whatever the permit, the framework of the permit, the context of the permit says, if you don't build it right, you're not getting an occupancy permit. I don't think it speaks to the fact that any other adjoining property or adjoining building that's not the context of the permit.
May I ask, Mr. Chairman, a question of staff? And I may be wrong, but because I have not practiced zoning for 52 years, but I believe Section 2 builds on Section 1. Is that correct? So in Section 2.7, where we're describing violations, Section 2, which Town Meeting Member Donahue is referencing, is related to Section 1, which describes that when an official, which would be a building inspector, in the course of doing their duties, makes a determination that there's a zoning violation, what's implied is that there will be no certificate of occupancy issued at that point. So I don't think 2 stands alone as I read it.
It can't revoke one, more or less.
If you have
Okay.
yeah, correct.
That makes perfect sense. And then 2.8, the very last sentence, this is the only place I found this. It refers to the building inspectors, where I believe that should be the building commissioners for continuity.
Yep, I
Thank
think
you.
that was a move. The green usually denotes a cut and paste, but yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments from the audience? Hearing none. Any other comments from the board? There's a motion to move this favorably, if I recall.
There was, and in the beginning, I had a couple of question marks next to this bylaw change, listening to the planning board and Mr. Henry's explanation and rereading it, I decided to put it as an okay to pass favorably.
Thank you. So motion's made and seconded for a favorable recommendation. Any more discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Article 7, please.
Sorry, I ran away to get my hard copy because I thought I could do the digital thing, and that didn't work as well as I thought. So I apologize for stepping out. Article 7 is a holdover article from 2020. No changes from last year. I believe we got a favorable recommendation from this board. We never made it to FinCom before the meeting was canceled. Basically, this is a clarifying the purpose. Some of the approval criteria are getting strengthened. There is a quirk in the existing bylaw. The parking standards that are currently in section 4 imply, if one wanted to be difficult, that perhaps our parking standards only apply to properties that are subject to site plan review, when in fact those are that is the parking table for the entire community. So a big change here is to pull out the parking table and put it in its own section, just in case anybody tried to play that game with us. We're one step ahead of them. But again, no change since last year on this article.
Motion to pass as written.
Motion made to pass as written, with favorable and seconded. Board members, do you have any discussion on this?
I have a question.
Please.
Section 4. There doesn't seem to be an ability to appeal the planning board's decision. Is
That, excuse me, that is correct. That's not anything new with this proposal or anything unique to Danvers. Site plan review in general, it doesn't show up anywhere in MGL if you look. It's completely a local beast to the bylaw. So
that every town now has.
Yeah, that mostly every town in the Commonwealth has. That being said, the appeal for site plan really is a building permit appeal. So there's been a lot of court cases that say, people ask, well, how do I appeal this thing that I was not in favor of? And the judges say, you have to wait until they pull a building permit, then you can appeal the building permit, because there's a process to do that in the statute. So I don't disagree with you. It is a little odd. It's just that site plan review isn't even in MGL.
okay. So
That's one of these issues. I was going to say, sorry, I don't want to digress too far. 2003, my first planning gig for the town of Milton, I heard about a public hearing that was being held by the legislature for zoning reform. I rushed up to Beacon Hill, all excited, and site plan approval is one of those items that we have been waiting for about 35 years to get incorporated into the MGL. Over COVID, the legislature did make some changes to 40A, but they did not incorporate anything related to site plan review. So it, again, unfortunately, above us, it remains a little bit of a local beast where case law is generally what tells us what happens when.
okay. It seems kind of heavy-handed to me that the planning board can, because I've seen them make decisions really that weren't really necessarily in everyone's best interest. So enough of that. And then just one final question about section 10.2 with stacking at drive-throughs. So I don't see any language in terms of, there's a lot of these for queuing and stacking, a lot of different definitions and requirements, but there was no mention of enforcement. So I'm thinking of a restaurant on High Street that almost daily has queuing out onto the roadway and interfering with the free flow of traffic. So is that more like, is that a something that the police department is responsible for, or is it just kind of, is it really just a free-for-all out there, like it looks?
Won't speak to that particular scenario. I wouldn't say it's a free-for-all. The standards in the bylaw have to be adhered to when the site plan is submitted. If there's a particularly wildly popular chain coffee and donut shop, those issues can obviously arise, but I think you're correct in that it would be an issue to call the police if it's creating a safety issue.
Right. When it spills into the street, that's a police matter. Unfortunately, this bylaw, I believe, was adopted after that. I think this was a reaction to that issue. So as such, they're pre-existing non-conforming, and we can't apply the standards of the bylaw to that site unless and until they come forward and propose some sort of modification that brings this bylaw into play.
Okay. But it's an example that you want to keep in mind when you're moving forward for new types of development.
Yep.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to speak to this article? All right, there's been a motion, favorable motion been made and seconded. Is there any more discussion on this motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Onward and upward.
Article 8 is kind of a housekeeping technical corrections to the character-based zoning districts. This again was an article that we got this far with this time last year. Basically, these are to correct internal references that somehow got jumbled up in the drafting. Clarify that routine maintenance of existing and single and two-family homes are exempt from the design standards. There was an issue with the multifamily parking standard where something got transposed. And then again, a critical reference that just to make sure that all of the standards that we're trying to apply to new development apply. And again, the existing language was a little not as clear as we wish it to be. So these are no changes from last year.
So, I'm sorry, I'll accept a motion.
Motion to pass Article 8 with a favorable vote.
Second.
Motion made,
Sorry,
seconded. Discussion.
I'm all set.
Good.
So I proceed, so a lot of this is just, I realize you're saying no changes since last year, because we've already reviewed this as of last year, didn't have questions. I perceive this purely as cleaning up the language, any ambiguity, any inconsistencies where it would say definition versus X, Y, Z. And so, you know, some of these we're just changing the word to a more clarifying word.
Yep.
And so, so I just want to ask, and you can confirm, there's no substantive change to the original, not last year's, but to the original.
Right, to the adoption.
Back to the adoption, where had we done this, yes, it would become the new. But to the original adoption, there's no substantive change being asked. You know, here, you know, a lot of this is self-evident.
I guess I would say the most substantive would be the clarifying the routine maintenance of existing singles and twos in the
Right,
district.
so where it says multifamily in a couple of these tables.
So we just,
Okay.
again, that was something we worked with the building
That's
commissioner's
closing
office
loophole,
on.
but changing department to division, you know, that's
Yeah.
just, okay. All right, as there's no substantive change to the original intent, I don't have any other questions. Is there members of the audience who have a question about this article? Mr. Bates?
May I turn the light on?
Sure.
We drive everybody out. Oh, Rodney's still here.
Thank you. Bill Bates, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4. On this article, I'm curious as to how the car sharing program on Section 18 is being changed by just 40 feet, and what that means. Why is that going from 700 feet to 660-foot walking distance of the site? Seems like an arbitrary number to go from 700 to 660. Are we trying to prevent something?
Sorry, I can take that, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Not trying to do anything by that. The 660 feet was a measurement in increments of a mile. So right now it reads 760. We think that the drafter, who was a consultant of this, meant an eighth of a mile at 660. So we're just trying to clarify that. Again, we've had no proposals before any board to utilize car sharing, so changing it now doesn't really affect anybody who's been in the queue or has applied or anything like that.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chairman, I just don't, what is the difference between, why is it 660 feet now you want instead of 700?
It's 1/8 of a mile.
1/8 of a mile, okay? And then going down to I below it, it's located within 760 feet is now 660 feet. Same thing, 1/8 of a mile?
It is, and also to make the two the same.
Good, okay.
Since it went from 700 to 760.
Thank you. Then on section 18, in the parking requirements, we're taking restaurant or place of assembly, and we're going from 1 space for each 2 seats, and you want to change it to 3 seats.
That's the transposal.
How come?
The original consultant, those numbers got transposed. So normally, and I don't have the table in front of me, but we would reduce the parking requirement when you're proximate to a public parking lot. And if you read that right, we've got it backwards. It's the closer you are to public available parking, the higher your parking standard is, and that's exactly opposite of what the intent was.
Great, thank you. And section C of the table 18.5, this is that the CBZD's only one driveway, or is taken out driveway and put in curb cut. My concern is shall be allowed on the building lot. Where there is more than one curb cut exist, it may remain, and now you're changing it to it may not remain. Isn't that significant? You, Mr. Chair.
Are you asking, sorry, what was the question?
Number 10C, you're adding the word not. It used to say unless site plan review. So they're going into site plan review previously with a may remain, and now they're going in with the presumption of may not remain.
Correct. So the overall schema for most of this is to create a more walkable entire corridor. We went over that quite a bit. Also, the trigger of it just being change of use instead of any site plan seemed a little strange at the time. So we're proposing just during site plan review. We don't need to say only if it triggers a change of use site plan review.
But building on Mr. Bates' questions, if I go to a site that currently has 2 curb cuts, just by the topology, what you're saying is that the presumption is I'm going to have to get rid of one of them. I have to get rid of a curb cut. And
You may ask for,
I can, right, no, the presumption is going into the, into the process that I'm going to have to get rid of one, and so my plan should reflect that unless I get approval to keep it, an existing curb cut. Is a curb cut considered an impediment to a walking downtown or a walking process? Because I think, I guess in my head, it would be an improvement because then people with handicap accessibility issues have more than one opportunity.
I think it's well, I don't want to say universally recognized, but it's definitely an impediment if you think about every time you have to go up and down a curb ramp and all of those ramps that need to be maintained as well.
and the number of conflicts that you're introducing. And I do think when we looked at particularly the High Street end of the CBZDs, we have massive amounts of curb cuts. And so I think when we reviewed this last year for this change, it seemed difficult to preserve. Basically, we would get nothing along the streetscape that we were trying to get done through the zoning if we gave the property owners the right to hold all of those curb cuts. Again, they have the ability to ask us for the ability to hold them, and in many cases, I can see us saying, yeah, 2 curb cuts makes a lot of sense on this site. But generally speaking, we felt that the downtown, the rebuilding, or as we redevelop downtown, we need to emphasize the pedestrian environment and the streetscape, and reducing the number of curb cuts is very much needed in this area.
Did you get your answer, sir?
Well, I would take exception to the fact that we're not making, considerable change, because when you take away something, you say it may not remain, and the previous language said it may remain. I think, I'm concerned with that.
Mr. Town Manager?
I actually would agree. I agree with both what the town meeting member Bates is saying and with what staff is saying. I recall a considerable discussion in the lead up to our town meeting, including a lot of maps showing the intent of the new zoning would be to encourage traffic to flow onto some of these sites and end up behind those sites in shared parking, with the benefit being that some of the curb cuts that exist on the front on High Street could then be eliminated and improve the walkability and the flow of the district. So I think Mr. Bates is correct that is not a transposition of two numbers, but it is perfectly consistent with the intent of what was passed by town meeting in 2020, which was to encourage a reimagination of how the High Street corridor is redeveloped, so that you may go from 3 curb cuts to 1, but in doing so, other parts of the bylaw encourage parking in the rear, making the buildings oriented toward the street, so that you can have more continuous sidewalk and things of that nature. So again, I'm agreeing with all of what I'm hearing, because it is not necessarily housekeeping, but it is squarely within the intent of what town meeting was reviewing in February of 2020.
And I used housekeeping. It's not in the article description or the article explanation, so I maybe misspoke by calling it housekeeping, but we didn't feel that change was
But I can think of a real-life example, which is currently on the corner of High Street, where the proposed downtown is. There's curb cuts to support that parking lot that you wouldn't need to retain if you put a building on that lot. So you would want the applicant to clean up those old parking lot curb cuts at Hotwad. Yes, they'll propose new ones at a different location, but you'd want them to clean up the old ones to make it more walkable. I'm not talking about the crosswalk curb cuts, I'm talking about the ones next to it that allow people access and egress to the parking lot off of Hobart and the parking lot off of, is it still Maple at that point? Yeah, across from the old fire station.
Yeah.
So you'd want to clean up, you would not want the presumption that those are going to stay. You'd want the presumption that they would be cleaned up because, and in fact, they're going to ask for different ones in different locations.
And again, during the review process, emergency access is paramount, and that, we get all of those comments throughout the development review process. So it's not like, because this language there says may not, the fire department's going to say, well, I really don't think you should approve this building, and we're going to do it over, their objections. I think site circulation and site safety remain paramount in site design.
So it's either you don't allow it and you have to ask us for permission, or you do allow it and we're going to say clean it up anyhow, in that, with that real-life example.
Yeah, I think to be fair too, the current language as it reads is significantly less flexible than what's proposed. It actually reads, where more than one curb cut exists, it may remain unless change of use triggers site plan review. So if you're doing a change of use, there's not even an option to keep it.
So that's where, in this case, my example would come into play.
Right.
It's a change of use. You no longer have that parking lot with those curb cuts.
Right.
And my last question would be, what would trigger that? I mean, you wouldn't go to a business now who's happens to have a second curb cut and say, you can no longer have that. You would have to come and request some type of site plan approval, some type of changes.
Yeah, so zoning, as it exists, you can never go in and change somebody's site just arbitrarily because the bylaw passed. So whatever they're doing today, they can do that for the rest of their lives or their children's lives.
So zoning change is a point forward.
Yeah. That's like the Dunkin' Donuts, problem.
Any other questions from the audience on this article? Any other question from board members on this article? Is a motion to send this favorably onward? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. Article 9, please.
Article 9, again, residential conservation development, that's our name for the redrafted cluster subdivision bylaw that exists today. This is a complete redrafting of the article. Again, this was something that made it all the way through with a favorable recommendation from the select board this time last year. Basically, the bylaw has not been exercised a great deal over the last 20-plus years, and for us, the conversation was, well, we should either fix it so that it is being used once in a while, or get rid of it, and at this point, the planning board supported the idea of redrafting it. Again, we don't know that it'll be utilized more than the current one, but we reached a point of analysis with the current bylaw that there's something fundamentally wrong with it, which is why property owners are no longer using it. And if we're going to have it in the book, let's make sure it works. And so we're comfortable with those changes. Again, nothing has changed since this time last year, but that was kind of the genesis of that one a year ago.
I'll accept a motion to start.
Motion to pass Article 9 with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Board members, do any discussion on this article? Yes, sir.
So can you just clarify the fact that for the past 20 years, this hasn't been a popular solution? So for example, with Beaver Brook Woods was first proposed, I think that was going to be a cluster development. And then I don't know if, for whatever reason, maybe it was the restrictions were too onerous. I think they switched it to just a typical subdivision.
In that particular case, the special permit was actually granted to them for a cluster development. They were simultaneously permitting, they were doing both. They were pursuing a special permit for cluster and a by right conventional. And at the end of that process, they determined, for reasons that are only known to them, that the conventional plan was better for them. And they chose not to exercise the permit that they were granted.
Right. A question about the minimum of 50% of the RCD should be devoted to open space. So in that example that I just provided you, because a large part of that parcel was wetlands, they could actually, how would using this 50% open space restriction, how would that work for the benefit of the applicant? In terms, say the 50% is already wetlands and wasn't able to be developed, so is that something that they would leverage, you think?
I don't think that was the intent behind it. I don't know that I guess I'll call it a restriction, would necessarily benefit them. But to your point, there's no uplands provision in our existing bylaw or this proposed special permit type development. Obviously, if there were, the percentage would need to be recalibrated completely to reflect that. I think the intent was, we're usually generally getting wetlands as part of one of these in general. So let's make the percentage higher as a greater benefit for the town, considering that the site can't be 50% wetlands and still be fully developed. So some of it will end up being uplands and usable space that we may be able to do something with, either if that's a trail to another open space parcel and that's all it is, that's still more beneficial than what we would get if it were just lawn all the way down to bordering vegetated wetlands. Or with the new wetlands bylaw, not that close, but closer.
It just seems peculiar that a developer wouldn't take advantage of the uplands and develop it, build it out as much as possible. I mean, that's what we see with these funky looking lot dimensions that are look like letter C's and Z's and P's and whatever, so.
Well, that goes back to our hope that if we're gonna have a cluster provision in the book, we should have one that, works for developers, not every time, but I mean, once in a while, and right now, we just don't have that. And I think, again, we think this bylaw gets us more likely that they'll look at it and take it seriously.
Yeah. So we want it to be a win-win. So we want the developer to realize the objective of profit, but we also want to keep some of it as open space that benefits not only the people who live right there, but the
Yeah.
town in general, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if it's not financially or geometrically feasible, it won't get used, so that was
Right.
kind of the goal.
So is the 50% a little too high, or is that, how did you come to the 50%?
I don't think it's too high because we're shrinking some of the other requirements from the existing
I see,
bylaw.
okay.
So the current numbers, you still are required to have a much larger individual lots throughout the site, so you can shrink them down more, resulting in
I
more
see,
space to
okay.
be preserved.
Okay, all right. That's great. That's all I have, thank you.
Any other board members have questions on this? Any other audience members have a question on this article? I will make just a general comment, and I don't want to change it for this process. But in the event we go forward again and have a situation where we've reviewed it in the past and we're reviewing it forward, I'd like to see the red line against the original, because I don't see red lines in this one.
Well, this one was a complete redraft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
sorry, yeah, I was just gonna say.
Sorry about that. Okay, if it was a complete redraft, if it's entirely redlined, fine. The presumption that we passed it before as a board, thank you very much. Onward, Article 10.
Again, another holdover from the prior year. Basically, we have a definition section in the current bylaw, but if you actually flip through the bylaw, you'll find definitions in almost every section of the bylaw. So what we thought is that it would make sense to collate or collect all of those in one spot. As the slide says, most of those terms are coming out of 44 or Section 22. But it did, once we had them all in that spot, it did show us that, we defined open space, I think, 3 different times. And so it was a little confusing as to what did we mean by that. So I think, again, those errors will be minimized going forward because all definitions should go in the definition section. And so, again, we had to make some refinements to some of those terms that were defined multiple times. There was a couple of terms that are used a lot that weren't defined at all. I think impervious surface was one of those that's used heavily throughout the book, but then there's never a term for it. So again, I will say these are technical changes. We're not intending to change the intent or the practice of anything. We're just trying to make readability and clarification improvements to the book.
And that way, if there's ever a change in the future, it's a one-stop shop.
Yeah, we know where to look.
Yeah, sorry, I will caveat that and just say, we definitely didn't get them all. There's a lot more in a lot of other sections. They're just sections we were not doing anything to this town meeting. So we would have had to come back with changes to, I'm just gonna
Special
say,
permit
a
section.
dozen other sections that we
So it'll
weren't
be an
doing
evolution.
anything else in. Yeah, so as time goes by, the definitions that are just floating around in the bylaw will just keep getting moved to the definition section, hopefully.
And is there anything in the pipeline that will be material affected by the fact that there were different definitions in different sections, that we're now creating a singular definition in one section?
Nothing should be affected by moving it, so the benefit of eliminating it in a certain section and putting it 2 definitions, then it applies globally.
Well,
If that-
not
if
the
that was
moving,
ever-
does the change, if one said
Same.
red and green and the other said green and yellow,
Ah.
is there something when you brought it together in one spot that would be materially
I guess I
affected?
would say this. We don't believe we've created any unintended consequences by clarifying 3 definitions down to 1.
Okay.
I'm not perfect, however. I'm told regularly that I could do better on certain things, and but I think we don't believe we created that situation in this case.
Very good, thank you. I'm sorry, did we have a motion on this? I jumped right in.
Did not.
Where are we, number 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, motion to pass favorably.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Board members, do you have comments? Audience members, do you have comments or questions? Hearing none? All in favor of passing favorably?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Number 11, please.
This is an owner's petition, and again, this was a holdover from last year's second town meeting, and the owners have graciously allowed us to kind of put this on pause while we waited for it to come up again. The 3 parcels highlighted here are proposed to be relocated from Res 3 to C1. all three properties. I think two of the properties are definitely commercial. I'm trying to remember if there is some residential on one of the properties, but it includes the post office. That site has the Hawthorne post office. So it's not, they're non-conforming in R3, and the intent here is to move them into C1.
So then the question is, and I recall this from last year, but the question is there any abutters for which they now abut a different zone, and does that cause a detriment? So the zone, as we're looking at this picture, to the upper left is an abutter. What is that zone, the odd-shaped space?
That's the town.
That's town-owned?
That's town-owned.
Okay, so we're not abutting a home and making its next-door neighbor now commercial, if that's town-owned land.
I believe both squares are town-owned. I believe that's the power substation.
Okay.
The white rectangle between the two yellows is the town substation, and then the town conservation commission owns the lot to the, I'll say,
So
north.
my question being, so
Here,
that
you wanna-
square, that little square,
Sorry, we got a
no, that's all right.
clicker. We're going high
Use the
tech here.
technology, wow.
Turn around.
Yes, there we go. So that's town-owned.
This lot is
Yep.
town-owned. I believe there's a power substation on that.
That's
This-
town-owned,
This parcel is town-owned as well.
and the other is the rail trail.
And then that is the rail
Okay,
trail.
so I'm fine with the fact that we are not changing an abutting property to make it what was res to commercial and having a house, and right next door now all of a sudden it's commercial. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that Article 11 be sent through with no recommendation.
there's a motion for no recommendation. Is there a second? Comments on that on the motion?
We don't know what they're going to do. We don't know what the advantage is or disadvantage, really. So just no recommendation. Can't hang a hat on anything.
Is there questions or comment on the motion or on the article?
Yeah, I'll speak to this. So I've heard Attorney McCann give a presentation a number of times for this. So I think it's a undue hardship on the owners, and it will become actually a commercial businesses. I think the one on the lower right there, I think is already commercial, like something like a real estate office, I believe. Yeah. So I think it's I don't think this would be considered spot zoning. So I think at that location, I think it makes sense to have it commercial. So I would be in favor of this article. I would make an amendment to the original main motion.
So let's have the amendment, and then we can talk to
All
that
right.
too, directly to that.
All right,
So you're-
so I offer an amendment to the main motion to move this forward to FinCom with a favorable recommendation.
do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion second. Okay, so now the discussion is on the article or on the amended motion of favorable. Is there discussion from the board on either of those? Clarity on the article or the favorable motion?
Well, can we debate the favorable motion and
Sure,
vote on
yep.
the amendment?
Yep.
Then go back to the main motion?
Sure.
Thank you.
Comment, sir?
No comments.
Oh, okay. So if we're going to vote on the favorability or not, then the amendment is to move this forward with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor of the amendment becoming the main motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
So we will be voting on the amendment, which is to forward it with a favorable recommendation. Do the members have any more questions about the article as presented? Are there members of the audience who have questions about the article and its presentation? Seeing none, we will move to vote on the now main motion of forwarding this with a favorable recommendation. Any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Thank you. All right. Now to number 11.
12?
12, I'm sorry, we just did 11. Thank you. And so far, I'm not finding, so there aren't any broken links so far that I found. There are often pages that don't render the representation, but you can still
I think
download.
it's under 14 to have broken ones.
Okay, we'll see if we get there.
14's broken. And I apologize for that. Sometimes when you're inside the network, I check the link and it works, and then you go home and you're like, it's not working.
So number 12, please.
Article 12, we had a lot of conversation about this article. It technically is a 2020 article. It was probably not going to make it to the floor of town meeting a year ago, but we started a conversation, and over the last year, we've continued to refine the concept based on feedback. The planning board ultimately did recommend favorable action on this article because the article was amended to exclude private religious and institutional properties. So with those removed, the planning board felt the concept was ready to go forward. The more mature version of the proposal may be something that we work on in the future, but for now, the planning board did go through the process and recommend favorably. And I'll just show you, apologize, it's hard to see here, but existing zoning map and proposed zoning map. It was, like I said, a great deal of conversation and mostly centered around the institutions and nonprofits that the original draft captured. Those have been all removed, and with that, public comment seemed to also dry up. So the planning board moved favorable action on this.
So what remains after removing those are just town-owned properties at this point?
Governmentally owned.
Governmental-owned properties, okay.
Yeah.
So there's no impact on any private ownership?
That's the plan.
Okay, just want to make sure I've got it right. I'll entertain a motion on this. Anybody want?
I'll make a motion that we pass it through with an unfavorable recommendation.
There's a motion. Do I have a second on the motion?
Second for purposes of discussion.
Thank you. Discussion, Mr. Bennett.
Actually, I was tempted to eliminate it, but I didn't think there'd be the gumption for this board to eliminate this. We're voting on something that's going to come back in the future. And it says it right in here. I mean, I could support it as is, but to take a vote to move it forwards, knowing that they're going to try to come back or come back and include the private religious institutional educational properties, I think would not be the right thing to do.
So point of clarity, just so I understand. I understand what you're saying, that they're already describing the fact that it's going to evolve. Does it say that they're planning on coming back to address religious properties, or just that they plan on coming back for future refinements?
I think in the conversation I had with the staff, which isn't anything, doesn't have any credibility basically, but they're not happy about having to go out to survey these folks, but that's what they have to do in order to get something that they can come back to us with in the future. And I don't want to, I'd rather close the door now.
Are you saying not do anything is better than doing what is recommended and then dealing with any evolution in the future?
I'm not interested in dealing with any evolution in the future at this time, and I would rather send this through with an unfavorable unless somebody wants to make the motion to eliminate it.
So if I could
Our
ask
motion is unfavorable.
I know, a technical question. Do we have the opportunity, Mr. Town Manager, to eliminate an article? I thought we only had the opportunity to offer a recommendation which would be neutral no, unfavorable or favorable. I didn't think we had the opportunity to pull something.
If I may, Steve,
Yeah, go ahead.
in the first presentation back in September, we could have eliminated things.
Yes.
So why
Do
can't
we
we
have that
now?
opportunity? Do we have that legal opportunity at this point? The warrant's closed, there's no more presentation. This is a presentation of the warrant that was
So I
completed.
would say legally, yes. The warrant has been, from a practical standpoint, the warrant is in the hands of all of town meeting members. If this board voted to sort of withdraw this, we would not be printing and remailing the warrants, but we would explain on the floor that there can be no action on this item.
Okay, I just want to understand what our opportunities are.
Is that your interpretation as well? Because if not, I have no problem being corrected on TV, so have at it.
That was not our understanding.
Okay, then this is your wheelhouse and not mine, so go right ahead and explain.
I think the board could recommend unfavorable action, but I think at this point, we have to go through with bringing something to the floor on Article 12.
Thanks for the clarification. So my
And-
motion stands.
Okay,
If,
go ahead.
I just would add context to Mr. Bennett's comments. I think where staff is at in the near term and our plans for, I'll say, the next 12 months and the conversations we'd like to have with the various elected and appointed officials, I think we're trying to say that we'd be happy to revisit this other element of the proposal should the boards and committees direct us to do so. I think there's personally or professionally, I think there's merit to having an ongoing conversation about this. But again, that's not to trump the priorities and the marching orders that staff would get through that conversation. So I would say if in 3 months we have a conversation and they say, we don't want to come back to that in the near term, staff is not going to be pushing that. And again, I think what we learned through this process, and this was part of the process, and I'll own this personally, was it wasn't that we objected to doing the outreach. I think it was just, at the time the comment was made, clearly it would have been nearly impossible to do the outreach necessary in time to get to town meeting floor. And if we were to proceed with including private property owners in this proposal, it's clear that that would have to happen, and that would take us a fair amount of time and resources to do, and we'd be happy to do that if we're directed to do so. But we just felt like we couldn't do it in the window of time we had left between now and town meeting.
May I just underscore for 1 second Dan's concern? I think just to kind of put a fine point on one area and say that, as it's written, it says that this could be brought back in the future. What's proposed right now is to update the zoning map so that when somebody opens the booklet and they see Endicott Park, they see it zoned as civic space and not as residential to developable property. The work, and I want to separate substance from process. I've had a number of discussions with the executive directors or chief executives from some of the entities that could be affected by something like this. They certainly have strong views on that. And they're, in the event that the boards decided to revisit this conversation, not staff, but the boards decided to revisit this conversation, it's quite clear that there needs to be a thorough discussion with all of the property owners. The substance of that conversation is the rights of a property owner on one side of the scale and the authority granted to a town meeting in Danvers or any town in the Commonwealth to have some say over its future built environment. And those are equally valid points of view that in a deliberative democracy ought to be debated. But just to make the implication of the language here is not that this is an absolute to return in some other form. It would require support from the regulatory boards and the select board to bring it forward again for discussion. So voting to change the map to mirror what the town and government entities control is not a conditional approval to bring this back as an automatic. It would be a discussion that could be stopped in its tracks.
Mr. Mills, you had a comment, sir?
Yes, Aaron, in addition to St. John's Prep, what other kinds of non-governmental properties would be encompassed in?
Well, we had originally included basically most properties that can claim the zoning exemption under 40A, Section 3.
Sure, but for example, the prep is the one that comes.
The YMCA was captured in that. Cemeteries were captured in that. I'm trying to think, the nursing home, the hospice, so those are generally institutions that are non-conforming in the zones that they're in now.
Okay, the
and
reason,
and
okay.
are
Group
afforded
homes.
protections.
The what?
Group homes? Current
Not
group?
all group homes, there were some cuts there in that properties in single-family districts operating as single-family homes, we left alone. Group
Right.
homes fell into that category. But there are some multifamily development, like the one behind on High Street, I think it's called Fairweather. That's a R1 zone, 5-story tower built in the 70s, probably through some old version of a housing plan. Those sorts of buildings would have been captured here. But again, we backed off that, and that makes perfect sense. I mean, we're having a conversation, and people weren't there. That was not, the intent was to not do this over anybody's objection. It was to spur the conversation. And I think, again, where we landed is still a great leap forward, and I think does a much better job of reflecting the community that you see when you drive around, and the open spaces and the institutions that contribute to the town's character. I still think this captures a lot of that.
I support the article as it now exists, but I'm still irritated that the prep, when asked for a modest contribution in lieu of taxes, that's where I went to high school, 4 happiest years of my life. But the arrogance, and I say like, okay, well, if that's the way it is, why the hell should you in 10 years be able to slice off, 10 house lots, having never, ever contributed to, so I'm not sympathetic to the institutional, non-governmental property owners. And I also think that as of now, Article 12, as proposed, I support that, but I'm still irritated by the institutions that did not participate in very polite requests for very modest contribution to our overhead of providing them roads, police, fire, and everything else that they get from this beautiful town. Enough.
Steve, did you hear
So
that?
I think we're driving into
Yeah.
tangential
I have a lot of
information,
problems on my
but,
hands.
uh,
I'll worry about
So,
Look at that curve.
so there is a motion to put this forward unfavorable. So if there's questions members have to the article that would help you support that position, if you need more clarity on the article, or would like to discuss.
Dad, I'm sorry, what is it?
So right now, there's a motion to pass this on unfavorably.
Unfavorable?
Yes, you seconded it for reasons of
Purposes
discussion. So if members have questions about the content of the article or about the motion to go unfavorable, we can entertain that. Are there more in that vein? Mr.
So I offer an amendment to the main motion to move this forward with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, there's an
Second.
amendment that is now seconded to move this forward favorably. So now the discussion turns to any clarity you need from the zoning language or to the amendment. Is there any discussion on that position?
I just offer, you made the amendment, go ahead.
Motion made and seconded.
Yeah, so I just agree with the intent of the planning department. I like to see more green up there and protect, not much there, but we should sort of, I see this as a way to protect that. And hopefully that's the right interpretation. I think that's, the more open space we have, the better. There's not much left, so let's do all we can to protect what we have. That's it.
So if I just offer that there's 28 properties that were taken off the list, and there's 21 that are left on the list that will be going to open space. But 28 privately owned residential, religious, educational, residential, and other uses were originally on the list. So that was quite a few.
Did you have a
So
comment?
to protect The open space.
This is to codify the governmental-owned properties, if I get this wrong, let me know. Codify that governmental-owned properties are protected as open space, and under the provision of this bylaw, cannot be, they can't be acted upon without coming back to us, to town meeting for validation that they can be amended or changed.
Right, and the use of a town property would require, if the town wanted to, for example, sell a property, it's going through town meeting anyway.
Right.
So in a scenario like this, you may have two articles joined together. The first would be to ask whether or not to sell a property. The second would be to potentially change the zoning or not. We could sell the property, and then the buyer could then come in and ask about a zoning change. But you'd have to undo anything that's done here through the same process.
So the good example is Endicott Park.
Correct.
Which you could consider residential because of its zoning. But unless
Except
the
it's
town
Article
meeting, and so you couldn't go forward and sell it as Res 1 now, which you couldn't do through anyhow without town meeting, but the example is you couldn't go through and sell it as Res 1, you'd have, it would be considered open space, and you would have to go back before the town meeting to change the, either change ahead of or after the sale to put it back to what the person wanted for zoning. It's a way of protecting open space, and in this case, it's now relegated to only two government-owned properties. Now, I'm going to speak my comment to the favorable, as I'm in favor of this. I never think any zoning should be written that bars and locks the door. I always expect evolution. So I think there is probably a disservice to say we may come back, because I think that's inherent in every zoning. We may come back. We may validate something, we may clarify something. I think that this warrant article, as written, is only about governmental, and so I'm supporting with a favorable recommendation that language for when I vote on it, because I think it's favorable to do so. If it proves out there's no unintended consequences and there's an appetite by the appropriate bodies to go through and pursue another evolution of this, then that will happen when it happens. I don't think that that language is written to say, we're going to go after this next year. That's our intent. I think we're keeping the door open, but I think that's unnecessary because I always perceive the door always to be open. But that's my comments on it. So I will be supporting the amendment to go favorable. Any other questions on the language of the article or the amended motion? We'll vote on the amended motion, which is to move this favorably onward. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, that is the main motion. So that becomes the main motion. Now I will ask any audience members if you have any questions about the article, or if board members have any more questions about the article, we will be then voting on this is a favorable. All in favor of this going forward with the favorable recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next one, Article 13.
Okay, I tried to be cheeky here and get two on one slide, hoping that these are pretty straightforward, and have generated very little comment throughout the process. These are new, as I alluded to earlier this evening. This is one of the new ones that came on the radar screen since last fall. Floodplain changes come to us through, well, the federal government. They contract with a state agency that tells us, hey, if you want to continue to be able to get flood insurance in your town, you should probably adopt this map, and they give you a drop-dead date in which to do it. So it was recommended by the planning board that we do that. The changes themselves aren't great. They adjusted some data specific to some of the floodplains in town. I don't believe anybody that's outside of a flood zone is in one because of these changes. It was more of a refinement of data within existing floodplains. Article 14 was brought forward after a session with the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Well, I'm just going to ask, because we have been voting per article, so.
Yep.
Motion to move 13 through favorable.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any board discussion on Article 13? Yes, Matt?
Yeah, can you just kind of expand on on what the impact is of not approving this bylaw? Or this,
We would-
this article?
The community's bylaw would no longer be compliant with the requirements of the federal National Flood Insurance Program, and therefore any policyholders that have flood insurance through that program, which all flood insurance goes through, because no insurer will give you flood insurance if they're not backed by the federal government, you will lose your policy, and that creates a major, major problem for homeowners that need it in order to secure a mortgage.
Okay. All right,
Fair.
that's all I have.
Thank you. Any other questions on this article or the motion to move it favorably? Any questions from the audience? All right, we'll move on the motion to move this favorably on Article 13. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Now let's drop to 14.
All right, sorry about that. The genesis of Article 14 came out of a discussion with the Zoning Board of Appeals on some of the persnickety issues that they often see. And so David and his staff drafted revisions to outdoor sales, outdoor display, outdoor storage, and storage containers. I think we talked about this at the September meeting. There was some visuals that kind of helped describe how this works. Again, creating some performance standards related to these, but again, this has generated very little comment throughout the process so far. And we're happy to take your questions, but again, this one was a pretty straightforward proposal and has been well received thus far.
Mr. Chairman, for clarification,
Yes, sir.
was Article 14 originally Article D and E and then were combined together?
I'm going to say off the top of my head, yes.
Well, I'm only
Yeah.
asking the question because I know the answer. Correct. So you combined the two articles.
Yes.
D was, by itself was fine, but I do have a problem with E, which is now part of 14, where residential properties are being affected by the change in language, and I don't know that the residential property owners really had a chance to weigh in on this. And I grant you, if my neighbor were putting storage containers on his property, I'd probably be upset, but if I wanted to do it, I don't want anybody to take away my right.
Right.
So there's kind of a,
Could Mr. Fields maybe explain? I'm
Through
not
the
sure
chair,
that
he
we
may,
had a
yeah.
conversation.
Yep.
I know it's come up, that very question.
I'm not sure why they were combined, if you want to.
No, right, but I'm saying about the particulars of what the residential,
Oh, just clarify what's going on with the residential piece in terms of storage containers. So, if that's, as I understand it, so the way it was, there's currently no time limit allowed for storage containers on residential properties. What we're proposing going forward is to impose some time limits, but it doesn't mean that you can't have a storage container on your property. It's, if I can open it. The current bylaw doesn't really specify for how long or what triggers there are and when. So we're proposing 60 days by right. Anybody can have a storage container on their lot to do whatever it is that they need to do with it. Any longer than 60 days, some other stipulations contained, but there's a maximum of 180 days, which is the length of a building permit that is allowed for, when you pull a building permit to have a storage container, it's available for 180 days. So we just peg that to the building permit. You can have that building permit open and utilize that provision. Anything longer, you're going to the Zoning Board of Appeals after that.
So is that the same, I pull a permit to put a second story on my house. I move everything out of my house into a storage container, and the building permit is 180 days. Then you're saying this now coincides with that building permit that allows that to happen. If that 180 days rolls out on the building permit, do I have to go to the ZBA to extend it, or do I go to the building inspector, the building commissioner, to then say, I'm running out of time, I need this extended for another amount of time?
You'd still need to extend your building permit, but if you'd like to have the storage container longer than 6 months, roughly, you'd have to go to the zoning board to ask them for that. So ultimately, if you knew that ahead of time, that would be significantly better of a situation. But the building permit's only valid for 6 months unless it's extended.
Right, but shouldn't we allow the extension of the container that's tied to the building permit without having to jump through the hoop of going to the ZBA? Because I, the homeowner, have gone and gotten the building permit, can't get structural steel because of COVID. It's now taking me more than 180 days. I'm gonna be another month. I can go to the building commissioner and say, I need to extend the building permit. That person has the right to grant that extension. Now you're telling me where it was married to the building permit, it's now divorced from the building permit, I have to go and ask for an extension.
That's correct.
And can I say something? Because normally when people take out construction loans, like in your scenario,
Yeah.
construction loans are usually 9 months, okay, I know the building permit, but those people could have a storage unit on that, facility on their house a little bit longer than the building permit. So I'm with Gardner, like, can that be extended? Because of that scenario, because people might not be able to move everything back in.
Sure, yeah, I mean, again, as it's written, it could be changed. There could be a motion on the floor to modify the proposal.
On this floor? Or on town meeting floor?
I think it would be, I believe the board would.
Recommend to the finance committee that, and then the finance committee would receive that
Right.
input and consider making that the main motion.
So our motion could be to send it on in some manner, favorable, unfavorable, neutral, with the recommendation that we tie the extension of the storage container to the permit end date.
So just to be clear, I'm playing devil's advocate. At the edge of this analysis, if I can keep my building permit alive for 2 years, I can keep that storage container in my front yard, right outside my neighbor's dining room, for as long as I've got my building permit up. I think what we proposed, based on the feedback that we heard from the ZBA, was 6 months should be enough. If your project's more extensive, there'd be relief for that, that they would have to go seek. I'm not saying that I disagree with, I just want to make it clear, like, you can
Yes, I
make
would-
building permits last quite a while.
Right, but they can't be automatically, there has to be a reason per the building commissioner that I'm extending this building permit. And if that's the good enough reason, that building commissioner is also going to represent at ZBA. This applicant is going to say, I need to go to ZBA, and the building commissioner is going to be there and say, yeah, they couldn't get the steel, or they ran into issues that, from my authority, perceived that I could extend the building permit. So I'm also going to recommend the extension of the container. Why make them jump through that extra hoop is what I'm
They
suggesting.
should be tied together without having to go to ZBA.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
And I realized I jumped ahead on questions before a motion.
No, that's
so-
okay, because
Well, can I just?
we
I
wanted to
don't-
get
yeah.
this clear.
Yeah.
I want to ask do you mind if I ask
No?
a question? Because I think thinking about the scenario Aaron just described, you also don't want to put the building commissioner in the position of, if the container is and we see this a lot, where not all neighbors like each other.
Right.
And if the container is in a particularly inappropriate place in terms of impacting, you don't want the commissioner in the position of having to deny the extension of the building permit as a remedy to the placement of the storage. I think there's a lot of, I personally agree with what I've heard in terms of making the process more seamless for the homeowner. But I also think from a practical standpoint, if the building commissioner extended a building permit and the homeowner didn't realize they needed to get the permission for the storage container from the ZBA, nobody working for the town would be out demanding that container be removed on the 6 month plus 1 day. They would be
We'd be working
directed
with
through the
them,
ZBA to complete the process, if that makes sense. So you wouldn't penalize the homeowner for not understanding that they're separated. Alternatively, you could tie them in some capacity, but I think, anyway, in any case, building on Mr. Henry's concern,
And again, I think where we came from, based on the comments we received from the board, was it's not the homeowners complaining about the storage containers, it's the people that live around them. So again, we were taking a slant that we were trying to control that. I think, again, as we just said, I think we're comfortable if you wished to recommend favorably, provided that it's married to a building permit, for as long as that building permit is authorized. No objections from staff.
So I'm trying to quickly catch up on the storage container 9.4. Does the town have any say on the placement of the storage container on the property?
They would,
Okay,
they would.
so the neighbor couldn't plop it down right on the property line of a neighbor, another neighbor that was going to complain. You'd be allowed to say it should go over here.
They could, the 60-day window doesn't dictate where it could go on site. We just kind of say, because most of the time they end up in the driveway, especially if it's a.
They'll be closer to the house anyway, so they can toss the crap
Right,
into it.
so they're almost always in a setback.
You're trying to move your furniture and you're trying to move your personal possessions in while they're doing
Well,
construction above you and ripping off the roof to get to a second floor.
Right, but longer than that, they need to comply with setbacks. There's a carve-out, however, under the performance standards that says, storage containers associated with an active construction site which have a building permit in good standing, so no violations or anything, shall not be considered accessory structures and may be located on parts of the site where they otherwise would be prohibited. So if you're pursuing a active construction project, you could locate those storage container where you otherwise couldn't. It's just, once the building permit has either expired or you've closed out the project or something else has happened.
Then you have the right to say move it.
Yep.
So if I can point out, containers located adjacent to and visible from residential use or district shall be appropriately screened.
Okay.
Is under performance standards. So there's some language here to.
Good, to protect the
Protection of
neighbors.
the neighbors, correct. But the homeowner, if his building permit expires or gets extended, the storage container should be extended by right.
Okay, yeah, that's.
Not to complicate this further, but is there a way to invert so the presumption is that the storage container can be extended with the building permit, but if there's an objection, it could be, the building commissioner may not approve that, and the person would then have the right to go to the ZBA to ask. Or is the late hour making me overthink this?
No,
If you take the onus off, the homeowner doesn't have to, there's no pressure to go and ask for permission, it's implied.
Right.
But there is a mechanism whereby it could be denied. For example, if the project is substantively complete.
Right.
And there's no compelling reason to still have the storage container, but by right, they can keep it until that permit expires. There's a mechanism whereby it could be ordered off the property.
An example could be the house that didn't finish the porch for years and years and years. Everything else was done.
Right.
They have a storage container up front, they're not finishing the porch, and they keep extending it. I see what you're, so I think that maybe the language isn't by right, they're tightly coupled. It's that the presumption is it will go forward unless deemed inappropriate by the building commissioner, if I understand what you're saying.
So you'd almost say it's a 180-day expiration. It can be extended with the building permit.
Can be
beyond
extended
that.
by the building commissioner, or at the discretion of the
Would you say
building
then that
commissioner.
And I know these guys love wordsmithing on the fly, but
No, that's okay.
No, I think we're describing intent, and you can get the right language, which is, the building commissioner has the right to extend both to coincide with the building permit.
Sure.
However, he may decide, the building commissioner may decide that one's more appropriate than the other, and if so, then they have to go to the ZBA.
so if the commissioner were to order the container off the site, the homeowner would have the ability to appeal that to the ZBA. And say, no, we need to keep it.
Sure. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
All right, so I make a motion that we pass Article 14 through with a favorable motion, subject to the change in language regarding storage containers and building permits.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. Are there members of the board who'd like to speak to the content of this article or the motion to pass it favorably? Hearing none. Is a member of the audience who has any questions on this article? Mr. Bates?
Just
real quick, could you tell me why section 6 is removed?
Can you just help us clarify section 6 of which of
Definition.
the?
I'm sorry, it's section 7,
We've got.
number 6.
So we've got
Which-
six.
what- is it
we've
outdoor
got 6
storage?
documents here.
Outdoor storage, displays and sales. The entire paragraph is removed.
Okay, so that would be section 7.3 or section 30.13? Oh, you're seeing the entirety, okay.
See the first page, commercial 3.
Yep, we got you.
Under
Yep.
7.3, number 6. It's to try and clarify the rules for outdoor storage, displays, and sales everywhere. So right now, there's this rogue provision under Section 7 that only applies to this one district. So going forward, these would just apply to any outdoor sales or storage. So the rules wouldn't be different in Commercial 3 versus anywhere else you were asking to do it.
I do have a question. Is there fines or penalty for outdoor sales displays?
Is there, I'm sorry.
Fines or penalties? Defined for outdoor sales displays.
That would, no different than any other violation for zoning. So it would be currently either the non-disposition in the general bylaw. It's highly unlikely, but it could be a criminal violation, which would be $300 a day.
So the reason I ask, and I realize we are now handcuffed to the state fine structures, because I literally heard from a manager of a home improvement company in town that said they'll make more than $300 a day on having the outdoor plants. And
Yeah.
and we'll pay the fine happily because we need that space.
Yeah.
So, okay. All right, and this is a location where you have one of the broken links. It's the 5th bullet down. It's the storage container definition. And storage container definitions, and when you click through, you get to the page, but when you try to download, that's when
It doesn't
breaks.
download?
Yeah, that's when you get a.
You said what number bullet?
The 5th bullet down.
5th bullet.
And it's called storage containers definition. When you click the download opportunity, you get an error. It's not I would call it a 404, but it's an error.
Yeah.
You've got an HTML error.
Yep.
Either a bad link or a.
Okay.
That's the one in that section I could find. Mr. Donahue, did you find another one in that section?
I believe 7.3 also, when you click download, brings you to the floodplain overlay.
Let's see. Yeah, yep, absolutely. So clicking
Where was
the
it? Where was
clicking
that one?
Clicking in 14.
Yeah.
The first bullet is described as
Yeah.
outdoor storage section 7.3. You click it and it takes you to the floodplain overlay section 5
Correct those
page.
tomorrow.
FLA, section 9.3, when you get there, too, I believe is incorrect.
Lots of moving parts, understandable. Okay. So we had a motion to favorably pass Article 14. We've had public comment, we've had board comment. Is there any other comments from the board? Clarity that people need? All in favor of passing 14 favorably, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Article 15, please.
Article 15 was a new article over the last year. The genesis for this came out of the Affordable Housing Trust's interest in closing some loopholes that exist in the bylaw today regarding the requirements around including affordable housing in certain developments. And essentially, this proposal echoes the provisions that we adopted in the downtown zoning districts in February of 2020, so that at this point, there's basically one set of rules. Because the way the bylaw is constructed, there's still a section for downtown, and there'll be this section that applies to everything else, but the sections are identical as far as import in effect.
So it's almost like where you move the definitions from 3 places to 1,
Yeah,
you're making sure the definitions are consistent.
yep.
I know the answer, but I want to say.
Yep. So again, in this case, this would address many of the loopholes that have frustrated particularly the Affordable Housing Trust, but those do frustrate both the zoning board of appeals and the planning board as well. But it is what it is, and the, development folks know how to use the bylaw, and this seeks to close some of those loopholes.
So, and just to clarify the loopholes, currently, the current inclusionary zoning only triggers for special permits. And what was happening is applicants would go to planning board instead of, they would go to ZBA instead of planning board for a special permit. They go to ZBA and not be affected by the inclusionary zoning language. And so when the overlay district came through, they adopted much of the same language, but now what we're saying is you have to have any kind of remediation, make it consistent with what we did for the overlay.
Motion to pass Article 15 with a favorable recommendation.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion by the board on the motion or on the content of the article? Seeing none, is there anything from the audience on the content of the article? Hearing none. All in favor of the favorable recommendation for this article, say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Let's move on.
Article 16 clarifies some issues we've been having with extended family living areas, or EFLAs. Particularly, the bylaw doesn't express how to measure the 750 square feet that you are authorized to create an EFLA within. And that's become an increasingly difficult aspect to administer. I think it was drafted thinking, oh, you've got an existing dwelling and someone's going to carve some space out, and that worked very well for that. I think we're increasingly seeing new construction and interesting modifications to structures to incorporate an EFLA in, and some of the shortcomings of the original draft or the current draft are kind of being borne out. And so again, this is to try to address some of those issues for clarification. I think we also address a few conditions that the Zoning Board of Appeals, when today, if you can't make it by right, you can go to the Zoning Board of Appeals to ask for a little bit of a tweak to the rules. The ZBA almost always conditions EFLAs with a couple of performance standards. And rather than make that a condition of every time they go to the Zoning Board of Appeals, let's just put it in the book and make sure that the applicants know that that's a performance standard going into the process. I think that that's generally the summation, but I don't know if,
Motion to move Article 6 favorably. 16, rather.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Board members, do you have any questions on the motion to move favorably or the content of the article? Mr. Duggan?
Chapter 9.3, Section 4C, as in Charlie, for the design standards.
Yep.
Talks about square footage that is or could become habitable space under the building code should be counted toward the square footage limit of the EFLA. So today, the bylaw says 750 square feet. And that's the actual living space of the EFLA, and doesn't include the shared space. So for example, a mudroom or a laundry room, that kind of thing. What we're seeing, or what I've seen personally, is they push that 750 foot limit. So for example, there was one that was approved recently that had a first floor, and I think there may have been a loft, but that was counted as 750 square feet. But there was also a full basement underneath this unit that was another 750 square feet. And the applicant was arguing, well, that's not livable space. And I'm thinking to myself, well, it could very easily be made so. You know, it doesn't need to have drywall in the basement. You could just need some furniture and heat, and you're there. So that effectively doubled the space. So that was one example. But it's not just basements. So for example, there is an exclusion that porches or decks doesn't calculate into that 750 square feet, but you could have a three-season porch that has sliding glass doors, and, you know, you could throw a space heater out there, and now that's suddenly a livable space. Or you could have a bonus room that also doesn't have space. So I don't know what type of checks are being done on these units, because I think we're being gamed. And then there's also the detached structures. So the EFLA doesn't have to be part of the main house. It could be another building on the site. So in that case, there's not really any shared space. There's no mudroom, there's no laundry room per se. So it's really effectively just two single-family homes on one lot. And, you know, like in a R3 or something, that wouldn't be allowed on such, you know, of a typical small lot. So have you kind of thought about ways to kind of claw that back so we're not allowing this type of behavior? That's all I have.
Sure. I think some of the issues you identified certainly could be addressed going forward. I don't think that was the intent of this draft. It was really to help out the building commissioner and the zoning board, also the applicants. I think, as Aaron pointed out too, it doesn't really spell out a lot of the items that are asked for every 99.9% of the times at the zoning board. So oftentimes we have to work with applicants quite heavily before they get there and say, you're going to need to have this, you're going to need to have that. And they look at us and say, well, why do I need that? It doesn't say that. And it's like, trust me, if you want the special permit, you're going to need these things. So just adding that to the book was really to help out folks trying to move forward with the EFLA process. I don't think we received no instructions or marching orders to attempt to crack down on these. It was really just clarifying the process. I don't know that that's been enunciated by any policy board to date.
Okay.
But I hear what you're saying. So, I mean, some of the, I think if you're referring to the games being played on space that could be finished but may not be finished right now, this would at least just have you include it in the 750 square foot. Doesn't mean you can't do it. It's just show us what you're doing.
Okay, well, hopefully, maybe in the next iteration, a year from now or whatever, we can kind of do a deeper dive on this, because I see it happening more often now that the applicants know that there's a way to kind of fudge the numbers. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members on the content of the article or the motion to move favorably? If not, is there comments from the public? Yes, sir.
Thank you. I want to first say I had the privilege of being on the subcommittee back in 2006 with Ellie Ross as a fellow town meeting member on the EFLA subcommittee. And I wanted to bring attention to, for a technical issue, that section 9.3 will not open under the supporting documents. So when I tried to get that, it will not open.
Yeah, that's the third link that's broken. It just doesn't open at all. It doesn't go to any page. It doesn't go
Just
anywhere.
does nothing.
I love our website.
You know, one of the things that I wanted to be on that subcommittee, because we do have a lot of situations. EFLAs serve a great purpose, particularly for, you know, elderly people that want to stay in their homes, and they can have the young people can stay in the main house, and the parents can move upstairs. We fought hard to make sure that detached remained a possibility for that reason, because we didn't want to have somebody have to build a tunnel to get to a garage that's already there where they could just put something up above it. So this is very important zoning stuff, and my questions would be, under the definitions, and I think maybe you told me earlier, but I'm nervous about the definitions being completely removed from here, because they are so specific to what an EFLA is, how big it can be, and the fact that the egress, the fact that additional means of access and egress are not prohibited. Where am I going to find that? Where is that going to be after we do this? Please.
Yep, so those definitions will be moved to section 40, the definition section, similar to what we were discussing earlier. So the definition.
As is.
Yep.
That's my concern, okay. Question for you through the chairman. In section 6, it talks about the purpose of this bylaw. Detached EFLAs shall be exempt from section 1.2.2 of the zoning bylaws. Could somebody explain to me what that means? What 1.2.2 is?
So I believe that's existing language in there. Aaron's going to pull up exactly what that section is. I think it's
What was the citation?
1.22.
Section 1.2.2.
So the existing bylaw, that's section 1, purpose and application. 1.22 reads, no more than one dwelling structure shall be allowed on a single lot except for multifamily where otherwise allowed by this zoning bylaw or allowed by relief from this zoning bylaw.
Great, so it protects the detached that I'm so concerned with. Excellent, thank you. Why, are we removing the cap of 25 of these per year?
Nope, that will still remain.
That'll, even though it's crossed out here, again, is that a definition thing? It's
So-
completely crossed out.
It's under number 5 up above. A lot of the ones that you see lines through got moved, so it's under 3, general conditions and requirement, number 5.
Okay, and I do have to admit, I came down today and got a copy. Could it be, there could be exterior stairways on the rear or side. Are you eliminating those? And if so, why, please?
I think that the design standards in terms of the exterior appearance were to maintain, currently before the zoning board, the interest is, and we have it in here, it should remain in look and appearance as a single-family home. So that's sort of what we were trying to maintain with that.
Where were we? What was the site?
And when we wrote the bylaw, we did that purposely. That's why we put that the stairways had to be on the rear or on the side.
Is that, just so, do you happen to have the citation? Is that stairways or doorways?
This says all stairways.
No, but the original existing citation that you're, sorry, I don't want to.
Yeah, it's here. I pulled up the old ones. Article 10, extended family living areas, 2006. May I, Mr. Chairman, just give that to him?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So again, I guess what I'm asking, I know it's late, are we changing any of the rules on EFLA here? Because we worked hard for EFLA. And what are we changing? And if I have to go to FinCom, if it's late, I can get my answers. We can come back, but.
We'll be late there too, Bill. We'll start later than us. Oh, no,
No.
actually a half hour earlier.
I'm not familiar with the stairway citation. I know the doorways, the entryways, have to be on the side of the rear, and that's not proposed to be changed.
Okay, can we double check that? Because again, if you make a stairway have to be enclosed, you in fact eliminate detached units from being viable. And that's what I'm concerned with.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't.
We're not.
I don't
seeing-
recall running across the stairways in the existing bylaw. But we, happy to take a look and we can work with you on it, certainly.
Great.
I don't see it.
Oh, and you're also removing a public hearing on section procedures and requirements. You're going to the zoning board of appeals, and it did say shall hold a public hearing, and you're crossing that out. May I ask why?
It's a special permit, so you have to hold a public hearing. It's in the statute, state statute.
So it's just a bookkeeping thing.
Yep.
Great, thank you. And last but not least, under your definitions, I guess on the last page, it says the following definitions from section 9, extended family living area, EFLA. And I just wanted to make sure that it still says the inclusion of an EFLA within attached or detached to a single family dwelling unit does not constitute a two-family.
Yep.
It stays.
Yep, whatever it said before is just copied and pasted to the next section.
Thank you so
And it
much.
says right here, yeah, attached or detached.
Any other questions from the audience on this article? I do have a quick question, just for clarity. Is there any audit provisions? Can the town go and audit the people living in the home to validate blood relation? Or, here's the issue. And obviously, we've all heard the complaints. An EFLA gets built, EFLA gets put in for grandpa. Grandpa is great, and then finally, grandpa's not there in that EFLA. I'm renting it out to a college student. Is there any provision for audit?
So they're all deed restricted, so technically they would be in violation. We don't do a audit of each one of them every year, if that's what you're digging at, but essentially if you were doing
Is there
that-
an opportunity that we could, do we have the right to go and say, we've got a complaint?
Yeah.
That,
Yep.
you know,
And this has
grandpa
specific-
passed and,
Yeah, and the EFLA can be revoked. So if during that investigative process, it's determined that in fact you're doing something illegal, that can be revoked.
but it's triggered off a complaint. Okay. There's no,
But again, the zoning enforcement, we always have the right to enforce. So I mean, if we have reason to believe that, we don't need a resident to tell us. If we have reason to believe there's a problem, we can look into that. The EFLA section, I'm looking at the current section, and I don't think we tweaked it. There is some specific language around monitoring and enforcement.
Okay.
And I don't believe we're changing any of that.
just wondering. So there is a motion on the floor to move this forward to the favorable recommendation. The board has asked this question about the article or the motion. The public has asked their questions about the article. Is there any further board discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Thank you very much. And earlier we heard the last chapter of the mystery regarding Article 17, and the town manager has told us we have some options in what we do, but do we want to go through, the details, or, and I'm asking the board more than anybody else.
Just clarification, what are the options?
The options are, go ahead.
The article as written does two things. It prohibits the use of use variances, which, as explained, I think at our last meeting, Danvers is the exception at this point in time in allowing use variances to begin with. Decades ago, the state prohibited towns from starting to use them, and only those towns where they were currently in use were allowed to continue. And I think out of 351 communities, it's a very small number that use them. So the first part of this article would prohibit use variances in the zoning bylaw, and essentially in their place, put a process in which Aaron and David can walk through, a planned development process. So it eliminates use variances and replaces it with a process to get planned developments approved at town meeting. The recommendation from the planning board was to refer the entire article back to them for further study. And what I mentioned at the beginning means that really the three options the select board has is to concur and send this forward with a recommendation that it be studied further by the planning board, to send it forward with a favorable recommendation that it be approved as written, or some combination thereof. You could prohibit the use of the use variances and refer the planned development back for study. You could prohibit use variances and recommend approval of, which I guess is as written. So there are a couple of different options in terms of how to move this forward. But essentially, the two components of it are banning use variances and replacing them with this new process, which I would ask Aaron or David to explain at a high level.
And I think just a little context that I would add to Mr. Barth's point is just, again, the genesis of this is a conversation with the Zoning Board of Appeals, their uncomfortableness with use variances generally, and staff's proposed solution. A solution to that would say, well, let's disallow the use of the variance and give the property owners some way forward, and basically planned development would be the private landowner coming to the town to say, I've got a master plan for my site, this is what I want to do, I might not build it all out today, but, you know, over the course of time, this is what I'm looking to do. And they go to town meeting, and town meeting says yay or nay. But again, the genesis for this was the zoning board of appeals expressing some concerns about use variances and their uncomfortableness with that. We threw this out there as a potential counter to the taking away the use variance. And I'll just say use variances generally, Steve told you that, you know, we're one of the few communities that still use them. I think our objection to use variances as staff is they're supposed to be the exception to the rule. And for better or for worse, generally speaking, we see a lot of property owners needing a use variance in order to do a good project on their site. And that's, your zoning is broken when landowners regularly need to use use variances. So we were just trying to kind of address that in this as well, and that's the plan development piece we thought was a nice substitution for that, that tool. But, so, that's the context.
Could I just add one thing? So when this first came before the board, Dan asked the question about what this process actually looks like, who's involved with the process. I'm talking about the plan development process. And something that we put into the explanation, I just want to kind of make clear, nothing would preclude a property owner from coming forward today and asking town meeting to change the zoning of their property. So we often pick on Liberty, you know, Simon and Liberty Tree Mall as an example. Nothing would stop Simon from coming forward tomorrow and saying to staff, I want to go before town meeting at some point and try to change the zoning here to mixed use, just like you have in the downtown. That could proceed through and go to an up or down vote at town meeting. What the plan development process does is articulate and spell out ideally how that process works, starting with checking in with all of the appropriate departments, checking in with representatives from the ZBA, the planning board, and the select board to get that initial feedback as it makes its way toward a town meeting. So the final stop in both scenarios would be town meeting, but by articulating the process in the bylaw, you're communicating very clearly to the outside world how that process unfolds. And then ultimately town meeting would be asked to approve or reject a proposal to the point Aaron made in place of simply going and asking for a use variance to do effectively what you're trying to do. So the planning board heard this and said, conceptually we understand, but we think we should study it some more.
So I guess my recommendation is unless we're going to delve into the content of the article, personally, I think we should take the planning board's recommendation to revert it back to them. And I know that Steve's offering us multiple options, but I don't think it's fruitful to discuss content, and I wouldn't want to do a partial job without understanding the unintended consequences of some of that. So I would actually suggest or entertain a motion that we accept the recommendation of the planning board and revert it in its entirety back to them.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Board members, do you have any comments? Yes, Mr. Mills.
Just a thought, you know, use variances have been in Massachusetts zoning, as far as I know, from the time of the Zoning Act. Was that 1964?
I think it was even older than
whatever.
than that. Yeah.
And use variances, I've always thought in my experience through the years, can be a very beneficial, helpful, appropriate thing, provided that the granting authority, which in Danvers is the Zoning Board of Appeals, complies with the legal requirements, rather than, oh, well, let's give this. The zoning board for the last 10 years in Danvers has given out use variances like jelly beans at Easter time. That is outrageous. It is lawless. It is violation of everything that zoning was supposed to accomplish, and the concept of equal protection so that all property owners would be treated equally. To completely outlaw use variances, I'm just not so sure that that is what I say is, let's have use variances allowed only in compliance with law. So I don't know, so I'm comfortable with this thing going back to the planning board. I'm comfortable with us not taking any bifurcated action with respect to use variances, because it's not that I'm fond of them. I'm just very cautious and very conservative about them. So I don't know. I support, there's a motion to send this back. Unless our professional staff have strong objections to that or comments to the contrary.
I don't think that we would ever object to the will of any of our boards, this one included.
Yeah, Dave, I'm sorry. I couldn't-
Sorry, I just said I don't think we'd ever object to the will of any of our boards, this one included. So if that's the motion, then that's fine.
We were explaining the options, not recommending anything. We wanted to make sure that it was understood.
Okay, all right.
What could be done, what the planning board is asking. Yep.
Any other comments by board members? Yes, Mr. Duggan.
So I'm not in favor of the use variances, and I've seen the attempt to use them recently at 152 Endicott for the Denny's, and I believe also at the Hollywood Hits. So those didn't seem like appropriate uses, and the ZBA wasn't comfortable. But listening to Mr. Mills talk about the potential of using them judiciously and at the appropriate times, maybe it's something that the ZBA and the planning board need to be given guidance to tighten that up. Because I think once we remove the availability of use variances, we'll never have the opportunity to get them back. So we got to make sure if we're going to get rid of it, we need to do it carefully, and it needs to be well thought out and not kind of a knee-jerk. That said about that, the planned development seems like, I don't know how that would actually work. Like, you would take a huge project like that 152 Endicott Street and take it to town meeting and ask them to either bless it or not. And I can't imagine how that process would actually work. Because it's such a complicated process.
But I'm going to suggest that would be, we here deliberating aren't going to come up with that or even refine. I think that's really why the planning board themselves said, send it back to us.
Yeah.
We got to do the work.
Yeah, I think it needs.
So our comments here aren't going to, I mean, I think these comments are good at the planning board meetings to say, hey, this is what we think.
But if I could offer too, I think the intent wouldn't be to hand town meeting the plan sets and say, what do you think of this? It would be, there would be a methodical process, starting with a staff review, engaging with the board, so that by the time it got to town meeting, there would be a summary and the recommendations from either the composite committee, which included input from the major boards, or each of the major boards along with staff recommendations would be saying, here's why we support it, we don't support it, and then town meeting would at least have an informed opportunity. But it would be, the process would be a failure if it simply handed the project off and said, we want you to put yourselves in the seat of the planning board, the ZBA, the select board, and try to figure this out.
Yeah.
That would be a bad outcome.
And plus, the opportunity to go before town meeting is a limited one, so that would also make it seem unworkable to me, but I've said my piece, so I'm all set. I would support sending this back to, for further clarification or review.
Any other board comments? Just for consistency, is there anybody in the audience? Mr. Bates?
I'd just like to disagree. I don't think the Zoning Board of Appeals has given out exemptions willy-nilly at all. I've been to a number of those meetings, and there's even a written statement that they must read that says the hardship is this, that this is this. And I think they've done a great job, a diligent job over the years of only giving them out to, Mr. and Mrs. Smith who needs something. So I think they're an important tool. I think they have been handled well in this town. I think the law has been followed, and I'll leave it at that. The other thing is, and I'll bring this up at FinCom member mentioned that town meeting members, we shouldn't be doing this type of plan development at town meeting. I disagree with that also. As the town manager said, as long as it's provided in a full package, and if somebody wants to go to town meeting, they can do that anyway. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, the motion has been made to revert it in entirety back to the planning board as they requested. Any other comments on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you for a long evening.
Nope, thank you very much for the input. We really, really do appreciate it, and you helped make these bylaw a little bit better with those comments, and we'll make sure that that one article, we get some language to FinCom for Thursday.
Fantastic. I have asked the town clerk to get me a copy of what the motions were in the voting so that I can accurately represent on Thursday, if asked. How did this go?
We'll compare notes.
I don't want to say it was passed unanimously when in fact someone may have not, or.
I've taken all that down as well.
Perfect. Thank
Who
you.
voted which way and what the amendments were.
All right. At this point, the town manager will report on board on various items of interest. Now, we've already lost the over-under bet by a long shot.
By a long
so
shot, yeah.
My anticipation of it.
The clerk was closest to predicting.
Yes,
will say that.
I was close to the audience participation numbers.
Well, I will be brief. I do have a couple of items. First, you received, and this is very brief, you received a copy tonight of an updated draft meeting schedule for 2022.
Yep.
That's something that you can take home, review, and at one of our next meetings, we can discuss and amend this in any way that we need to.
Out of curiosity, why is October moved? What was the idea behind that? Was it one of the months was moved? 2 new in October dates.
Well, the October dates are accurate, the 1st and 3rd.
Okay.
December is also 1st and 3rd.
It's not, okay.
In May, we've
It was a
historically.
note at the top where it says draft 2
Maybe
new October dates.
I don't have the first draft with me anymore to see what's changed.
Okay.
I think she had them on the second, she had them on
And
the
the
second, and they should have been on the
And she-
first.
Okay, she corrected that. Okay, thank you.
It was more of a correction, I think, on that
Okay.
October.
Thank you.
So we can discuss that at an upcoming meeting.
Yep.
You received a copy of the fiscal year '23 budget goals and objectives, and I wanted to mention this looks a little bit different this year. Rodney has been working diligently since he got here to get our budget in a position to be considered for the GFOA Budget Award, and some of the feedback that we received was to articulate. We have goals. Our budget goals are pretty consistent from year to year, which makes them more policy than goal. And so what's subtly different in the document you received this week is that we've introduced at the top 3 goals that are specific to the budget year that we're about to start. We tried as a first attempt to choose goals that were things we had already discussed in the past and were pretty straightforward. But this is a section on a moving forward basis that we can kind of tinker with each year, because the long-term goals for as long as I've been here haven't really changed. And one other tweak is that the Budget Review Committee, which is unique to Danvers and talks about the 3 major boards getting together to work out differences on the budget in the event we ever reach a budget impasse, which has never happened for as far back as I'm aware, is being moved into the financial policy section. So it remains, but by moving it out of the budget policy that gets reviewed each year, it allowed us to have some space to start talking about specific goals. So I don't need feedback tonight. If you want to look at this and think about it, we would refer this, as we always do, to the school committee and the library trustees to take a look at as well and offer any feedback to this board. So if we do receive feedback, we'll share that before this gets finalized. But
I'm sorry, so are you going to share that with them now ahead of, or are you going to wait till we come back to you with comments and then send it to them?
Well, these goals are really the board's goals. So
Okay.
These wouldn't be like the library trustees' goals. So,
Okay, very good.
But we wanted them to see it. Each year, we give them a chance to review it. I don't think we typically get much feedback, but we
Well, what I'm
afford them the
suggesting is I don't think we should necessarily wait till the board finalizes
No,
this.
they have the
We typically give
the
it to them
draft,
ahead
yeah.
of time.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting.
Yep, and so they have copies.
Okay, good.
The last item I wanted to mention, you got a copy of a letter that was sent to the Essex Tech School Committee this past Friday. I received an email, so for those who don't have it, the letter sort of encapsulates the discussion that we had during the last couple of budget processes with respect to stability and predictability of admissions. And the school committee, we sent them a letter in February of 2020. They formed a subcommittee to evaluate this. I met with our representative of the school committee as well as the superintendent this fall, and it was clear that there would be no recommendations coming out of that subcommittee that would address our concerns. And having met earlier this summer with the chairs from school committee, select board, and finance committee, along with the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, the finance director, we worked to develop this, which again encapsulates the concerns that were raised in the last few processes. And I was invited this morning to attend the Essex Tech School Committee meeting on November 18th to discuss the contents of the letter and answer questions that they may have about the concerns we have with respect to the assessment, which is up close to 80% over the past 4 or 5 years and is starting to really have an adverse impact on our ability to fund some of our other priorities, including our public schools. So that's a public meeting. I asked this morning for details in terms of location, time, whether it's remote or in person, and I can share that out. I'll share that out with the major boards once I have that. And other than that, I particularly enjoyed all the football analogies tonight because my Michigan State Spartans scored a huge win on Saturday, and according to my phone, are currently on the inside looking out of the college football playoffs as long as they can somehow beat Ohio State in a few weeks. So go green. That's all I have.
Did you want to take an opportunity to explain this? These were the select board members all got.
Yes, well,
American Recycle Day.
correct, and the water bottles, I believe it was 2 years ago, Select Board Member Bennett proposed that we stop bringing disposable and recyclable bottles to the board meetings, and they say the wheels of government move slowly, but they never stop moving. And so we now have bottles that we hope you'll bring to every meeting with you to stay hydrated. And if you've been taking a walk around Town Hall, you'll note that the drinking fountains have all been swapped out by our buildings division with the fillable water dispensers. So.
And this memo announces our participation in American Recycle Day.
Correct.
Reduce, reuse, recycle. Before moving to selectmen's closing comments and new business, I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We will now move to correspondence, select board new business, previous new business, select board comments, whatever you want to say. Mr. Mills, would you like to start us, sir?
Thank you, God. I meant to bring a copy of the most recent newsletter from the senior center for everybody, and I forgot to pick them up today because I was late. The Danvers Senior Center provides an enormously wonderful bunch of things for older people like me to be doing with their time. So I'll ask that I'll bring it over, and maybe if things are, I would like you to see it in case you're not familiar. The second thing I want to just remember, Bill Seratani died last Friday. Now, Bill was one of the original people at the, when cable television and DCAT and all of our television stuff came. He was very helpful. I think he was chairman of the Danvers, whatever our cable commission was at that time, and this, we're talking some 30 years ago, and he passed us last Friday, and a good man. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Select board member Duggan.
Thank you. Just a couple of items. For Veterans Day on the 11th, I got a letter from the veterans agent that there's going to be the annual memorial service at the Thorpe School. I think Selectman Bennett typically is sort of the MC for that event, and it never seems to get enough publicity or enough the attendance could always be greater, I think. So this year it'll be outside, weather permitting, and so hopefully we should probably have something like that on the calendar, right? The event calendar.
I believe it is, and I actually would say I've attended it every year, and it's typically, all the seats are filled in the Thorpe Auditorium, in the Thorpe cafeteria.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I agree, but it's kind of a small space, so I'm sure we can do better. And if it's outside, I'm sure we'll have a great turnout. And then along that vein is, I was asked this morning why the flag in the square was at half-mast, and that's to honor the National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Day. So for those of you who are wondering, people are always wondering why the flag is at half staff. And then just one last item, also getting comments for quite a few months now about the planning board. The planning board hasn't met in public since March of 2020. And people, especially older residents, struggle with using the Teams interface. And they also are required to pre-register in order to join. So we have a hybrid solution now. DCAT did a great job of building out the senior center, a large screen there. The audio is really good. So the Conservation Commission, some members are still remote. They're not comfortable being in person. So I think that applies to the planning board. If there's members that aren't that would rather call in from home, I don't see a problem with that. But I think in general, we're here tonight. I think it's, I think we're doing this safely. So I think it behooves or provides a service to the residents to have all the boards and commissions kind of meeting in public. And that's all I have. Thank you.
So to that point, I have asked the town manager, and he's working with Colby, the IT department, to create a consistent hybrid experience, because I think the COVID has shown us that we are able to, when needed, have meetings, and there are always going to be people, whether it's based on their concern about COVID or just their comfort on coming to a meeting, who may prefer to do so virtually. So I've asked town manager to look into that.
I think separating, I think the feedback is taken loud and clear in terms of your thoughts on the planning board. Separate from that, we will be coming back at one of the next, maybe in one of the next 3 meetings with probably Aaron and Colby to talk about both statutory options, policy, and technology related to making that a reality on a moving forward basis in terms of the hybrid model.
That's good. Thank you.
Yep.
So I'll give you the Mr. Bradstreet answer. We're working on it.
That's all I need to hear, right, Bill?
Select Board Member Benson.
Bernard.
Bernard, why did I do that?
Get the bees
So,
again.
you know what it is?
That's
I
okay.
know.
Just call me Mo. I'm tired. Everybody's
Well, I've
tired.
got
But anyways,
Maureen Benson
huge
is
thank you to the police department and Chief Level for keeping the kids safe during Halloween. And the chief was even passing out candy, which was really nice too. Another big thank you to the DPW workers for fixing the manhole covers on Seneca Drive in Longbow. I got some thanks from some neighbors, for all their hard work. We have a great town. And then just some concerns, which I've brought up before too, on, we've talked about, and I think I've mentioned it to Dave Lane, about when people do work in our town, I still want to see some kind of a bond or a holdback of money, because those manhole covers should have been fixed by the contractors and not our town, and use our resources. Also, at the end of 62, people were, I'll mention it to Dave too, that there's a lot of flooding going on there where the lights are, where 62 Summer Street and Maple Street, where the lights are, there's flooding. And then, once again, have the contractors hold back that money, and why put our workers to do other projects. And that's it. Other than that, I'm tired.
Sorry, I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
about that. Maureen Benson is a close friend, but I do believe that
Graduated with her.
most of the projects that we do have performance bonds associated with them. So
Yeah, because they had.
I think that we should get the clarity. You can get the clarity through the town manager, through the DPW,
Yeah.
about which projects do and which don't. because we don't necessarily spend town resources on private construction remediation.
Right, but I know that because I've lived in that neighborhood too, that there was private contractors that did that. So they had to come back. And why use our own taxpayers' money?
I think an overview, I think
Right.
between the gentlemen here tonight, Stephen King and David Lane, we can provide a pretty detailed overview of how that works. And there's a constant pull between the developer wanting the bond released as fast as humanly possible, town wanting to make sure we hold it until we're relatively certain that things are going to work out. Sometimes things end up being a problem anyway, but it's on every project. It's a tug of war.
Sure, just want to try to save our taxpayers some money. if we
Agreed.
can. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So it is late, and I think that we've all received the emails or correspondences that I received. I don't think there's anything surprising, so I'm going to turn it right back over to Dan to wrap this up for us.
Thank you. I'll be quick. We're talking about the land use department, building commissioner, et cetera, et cetera. Can we get an organizational chart showing the flow and just job descriptions and who's responsible for what? It was explained earlier, but I'd like to see something that's a little easy to read. And the same with the IT department, which has grown from 1 person to 6 people, I believe. If we could get an organizational chart on that sometime in the future. I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, missing signs entering Danvers, still missing, and Rotary Cornice on Valley Road specifically missing. And Esposito's closed a number of weeks ago, and we approved a applicant to move in there that didn't have a floor plan, but assured us that there was no changes. But there's a building permit on the door that they're moving walls, which tells me there are changes to the floor plan that we didn't get. So I trust that Kathy has those new floor plans, or,
He did provide me with a floor plan. I haven't compared
but
it.
with the new walls?
I
They're moving walls, that's what it says on the building
can
permit.
check with the building inspector.
So, folks, if you see a vet, thank them for their service, and we'll see you at Thorpe School on the 11th. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chambers. Good night.